Chapter 568. Humph. Suddenly, Shentu coldly snorted, but he didn't say anything. After all, he had already won and was extremely wary of Yi Xian's 6 paths of reincarnation. He still hadn't figured out Yi Xian's true strength, so he didn't want to clash with Yi Xian at this moment. Although Shentu didn't want to fight with Yi Xian right now, it didn't mean that he would let Yi Xian go. Although he wouldn't attack, it shouldn't be forgotten that casually interfering in other people's battles was a great taboo of Niuhua Palace. "Dare I ask your highness Niuhua," Yi Xian casually interfered in the battle between me and Sword Demon, completely ignoring the rules set by the saint. "I ask your highness to give this disciple justice." Shentu directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Saint Niuhua in the depths of the Sea of Stars. This caused the powerful experts to hold their breath as they looked at Shentu with surprise. What a good Shentu! He's trying to kill Yi Xian. Rock Demon said in a gloomy voice as a heavy expression flashed across his eyes. Humph! The immortal elder of the South Pole coldly snorted and said, "You can't blame Shentu for this. It was Yi Xian who ignored the rules of the Grand Assembly and didn't put the saint in his eyes at all. He should be severely punished." All kinds of noises and discussions could be heard as the powerful experts all looked towards the depths of the Sea of Stars, wondering how Saint Niuhua would deal with Yi Xian. At this moment, Shentu remained kneeling, as if waiting for Saint Niuhua to give him justice. However, when he lowered his eyes, a cruel and ruthless sneer appeared on his face, as if he could already see the scene of Yi Xian being punished by Niuhua. The great Tao is just, the strong will always be strong. Since Yi Xian was able to save people, this is also his ability. If you, Ghost Emperor, refuse to accept this saint will allow the two of you to fight. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the depths of the Sea of Stars. Saint Niuhua's voice was emotionless, but when Shentu heard it, he broke out in a cold sweat and looked towards Yi Xian with extreme fear. She was biased, she was blatantly biased, without any concealment at all. If the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation displayed by Yi Xian had already shocked Shentu, then Niuhua's favoritism towards Yi Xian, this, Niuhua's bias towards Yi, Niuhua's bias. It was clearly Yi Xian who did not abide by the rules and ignored Saint Niuhua. He, Shentu, had reason on his side, yet this was the result. If one were to say that Niuhua was not biased towards Yi Xian, then this was simply the biggest joke in the world. Not only was Shentu's heart trembling, but all the powerful cultivators were silent, looking at Yi Xian with extreme fear. It was all because of Saint Niuhua's unfair way of doing things that made them think that Yi Xian was extremely important to Niuhua. Everyone below the saint was an ant, and the so-called fairness was a joke in the eyes of the saints. To put it bluntly, the will of the saints was the rule, and they simply ignored the opinions of others. To use the simplest analogy, if 2 ants fought and asked a divine dragon of the 9th heaven to uphold justice, how could a mere ant be placed in the eyes of a divine dragon? No one could refute the saint's unfairness. Shentu's face was gloomy, and he quickly got up from the ground. He glared hatefully at Yi Xian, then directly left the primal chaos Tao field. Obviously, the saint was biased towards Yi Xian. If he were to argue based on reason, he would be no different from courting death. As for the battle with Yi Xian, Shentu was not stupid enough to do that, because he had just fought the Sword Demon and his cultivation had been greatly depleted. If he were to fight with Yi Xian now, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him, so how could Shentu do such a stupid thing? At this moment, Yi Xian took a deep look at Saint Niuhua, who was in the depths of the Star Sea, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He was already prepared to face the saint's censure, but he did not expect that Niuhua would be so biased towards him. The saint's will was uncertain, and Yi Xian could not figure out the reason, but he did not think about it anymore, because his current cultivation level was still too far away from the saint realm. Yi Xian stepped out and left the primal chaos Tao field. At this moment, the ancient and melodious bell rang, indicating that the 4th round had officially begun. Humph! The South Pole Immortal Hermit flew up on a cloud and crossed paths with Yi Xian's returning figure. He let out a cold snort, and his eyes were full of coldness. Although Nuwa was biased towards him, and Yi Xian had displayed boundless combat strength, the South Pole Immortal Hermit was not afraid of Yi Xian. After all, he was Yuanshi Tianzuan's last disciple and one of the saint's disciples. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Yi Xian like the others. At the same time, Myriad Law Sovereign was shrouded in an evil light, so no one could see his appearance. He slowly walked into the primal chaos Dao field. However, the battle between the South Pole Immortal Hermit and Myriad Law Sovereign did not attract the attention of all the great powers because Myriad Law Sovereign's aura was only at the 8th level of Grand Heavenly Realm. On the other hand, the South Pole Immortal Hermit was at the 9th level of Grand Heavenly Realm on top of being Yuanshi Tianzuan's disciple. There was no suspense in this battle. With the ringing of the bell, the 4th round officially began. However, something interesting happened. All the great powers were too lazy to look at this battle. They all walked towards Yi Xian while praising him. Yi Tiandi's cultivation is unparalleled and he is the master of the 3 realms. This little immortal, Taoist Bai Yun, congratulates Yi Tiandi on being the champion and marrying the Empyrean fairy. Little demon Mo Yun greets Yi Tiandi. This little Taoist Song Song greets Yi Tiandi. All the great powers arrived with flattering expressions on their faces. Firstly, Yi Xian's cultivation was truly terrifying. Secondly, Saint Nuwa was biased towards Yi Xian. This made them think that Yi Xian would be the winner of this event. The strong were as heavy as a mountain, and the weak were crawling like ants. The strong were all revered by others, and even the various great divine abilities were no exception. Being able to befriend Yi Xian was beneficial to them without any harm. Big brother, it seems like the Empyrean fairy is already in your bag this time. Peng Mo chuckled. Hearing Rock Demon's words, Yi Xian didn't make a sound. He only had a slight smile on his face as he continuously greeted the various great experts. He had a courteous attitude. Clearly, the great powers present were an extremely terrifying force. As the Celestial Emperor, Yi Xian naturally had to rope them in. If he could get some great powers to join the Celestial Court, it would undoubtedly increase the Celestial Court's strength. Bang! Suddenly, just as Yi Xian and the various experts were laughing and chatting, an explosion sounded out from the primal chaos Dao field. A figure covered in blood fiercely smashed into the ground outside the primal chaos Dao field. The immortal of the South Pole spat out a mouthful of blood. His moon-white Taoist robe was stained with blood while his body cracked like a spiderweb. His face was ghastly pale and the immortal light around him had collapsed without a trace. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. When this scene appeared before the eyes of the great masters, everyone felt as if they had fallen into a dream. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 569. Let alone the powerful experts, even Yi Xian and the others were stunned. After 3 whole breaths of time, Yi Xian suddenly looked towards the Primal Chaos Dojo. He saw a dark figure walk out of the Primal Chaos Dojo and then stand alone in the starry sky without moving or speaking. Myriad Law True Lord. Yi Xian murmured to himself, but his gaze towards the Myriad Law True Lord was extremely solemn. He also felt an extremely terrifying pressure invade his mind. He's not the Myriad Law True Lord. Suddenly, an extremely weak voice rang out. The immortal elder of the South Pole coughed up blood as he pointed at the Myriad Law True Lord with trembling fingers. Unprecedented fear appeared in his eyes. What just happened? Why were you defeated? Shen Tu growled at the immortal elder of the South Pole. Clearly, the Myriad Law True Lord did not reveal himself, but how long had it been? He had actually injured the immortal elder of the South Pole to such a state. Shen Tu would never believe that the other party was a nobody. He's a quasi-saint. Peng Mo growled with a trembling voice, staring at the myriad law true lord. A smear of extreme fear flashed through his eyes, as if he had discovered the other party's true identity. A quasi-saint? It immediately caused a huge commotion. When Peng Mo's words landed, all the powerful experts cried out in shock. They all focused their gazes on the myriad law true lord. An emotion called fear permeated everyone. In the three realms where saints did not appear, quasi-saints were supreme existences. The so-called Daluo Jingxian was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of a quasi-saint. Peng Mo, do you recognize his true identity? Yi Xian asked sternly. Since Peng Mo could identify the other party as a quasi-saint, he clearly understood the other party extremely well. Perhaps he knew the other party's true origins. The myriad, poison, ancestor. Peng Mo's face was ghastly pale. He identified the other party as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Clearly, his mind was in turmoil. The myriad poison ancestor. Shen Tu murmured to himself. Suddenly, he looked towards the rock demon and cried out, "Is the legend true? The quasi-saint who hunted you down in the past was the myriad poison ancestor." With Shen Tu's words, Peng Demon Jingzhong nodded, but his body was trembling and his eyes were drifting about. The scene of him being hunted down by the myriad poison ancestor in the past appeared in his mind. Bastard! Suddenly, the dim light dissipated, revealing a pale and handsome face. Although he looked like a young Confucian scholar, when he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sense of vicissitudes, as if he was an old man who had lived for countless years. Myriad poison ancestor. When the myriad poison ancestor revealed his true appearance, Shen Tu cried out in alarm, which made the various great cultivators even more terrified. The myriad poison ancestor, a quasi-saint. Back in the untainted world, he was merely at the peak of the grand heavenly realm. It was unknown why he had quietly entered the Sage-to-Be realm after the war of the investiture of the gods. Although he was a rising star among the Sage-to-Be and could not be compared to those Sage-to-Be who had lived for countless years, he was still an extremely terrifying figure. After all, the weakest among those who could become quasi-saints were existences that even Daluo Jingxian could not imagine. Now that the myriad poison ancestor had appeared in the gathering of Niwa Palace, the outcome of this gathering was already without any suspense. In 3 days, the battle between the top 4 will begin. Just as the various experts were deathly silent, the rumbling of the Tao rang out from all directions in the starry sky. The primal chaos Tao field was dissipating, and space and time in this area changed. The myriad poison ancestor smiled at Yi Xian, then took a step forward and disappeared into the starry sky. A simple glance from the myriad poison ancestor made Yi Xian frown, as he could sense a hint of mockery in his gaze, like a cat looking at a mouse. A quasi-saint? Yi Xian's eyes were vicious, and his voice was cold and deep. He suddenly turned around and vanished. No one knew what Yi Xian was thinking. "Big brother, wait for me." The rock demon was pale as he caught up to Yi Xian in a hurry. The two of them returned to their respective fields of light. The great abilities of the various powers all dispersed, except everyone was bitter. Clearly, the meeting had already come to a conclusion. The myriad poison ancestor would definitely return victorious, as no one was the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. The sky was filled with stars, and the hall had no roof. Yi Xian sat in the air as the immortal light of the great immortal realm shone slightly around him. The rock demon paced back and forth in the hall. His brows were firmly furrowed together, as if he had encountered a monumental problem. "Rock demon, don't you have anything you want to say to this emperor?" Suddenly, Yi Xian opened his eyes slowly. He looked at the rock demon with a vicious gaze, which made the rock demon's aura freeze. He looked at Yi Xian with an ugly expression. It was silent, and oppressive. The two of them stared at each other for several dozen seconds, until the rock demon's sunken eyes dispersed. He also let out a long sigh. "Brother Yi, you must be very confused as to why I want to travel with you, right? The rock demon said sternly. Yi Xian said nothing, as he believed the rock demon would tell him the reason himself. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the rock demon slowly explained his true intentions for participating in this gathering. The rock demon's original form was the golden-winged Great Peng, and he was also in existence revered as an ancestor in the three realms. The myriad poison ancestor was also a peak grand immortal before he had become a quasi-saint, except his original form was the myriad poison scorpion king. The two of them could be described as natural enemies. In a battle for the spiritual herbs of the world, the two of them could be said to have formed a blood feud. Many great battles had erupted between them, but they all ended with the myriad poison ancestor fleeing in defeat. After all, the golden-winged Great Peng naturally countered the myriad poison scorpion king. Even though their cultivations were similar, the myriad poison ancestor was not the rock demon's opponent. 100,000 years ago, for some reason, the myriad poison ancestor just happened to become a quasi-saint, which also began the rock demon's 100,000-year path of escape. Just like how once you become a quasi-saint, grand immortal would be no different from pigs or dogs. In the past, the myriad poison ancestor had been hunted down by the rock demon for millions of kilometers, so now that he had become a quasi-saint, how could he let the rock demon go? Under the endless pursuit, the rock demon lived in fear every single day. He was deeply afraid that the myriad poison ancestor would find his tracks and end up dead. Only when Saint Nuwa passed down a decree to start this gathering did the rock demon see a sliver of hope, as he knew that all the people who could participate in this gathering definitely possessed extraordinary backgrounds. Perhaps they could help him break free from the myriad poison ancestor's pursuit. Sure enough, when the rock demon entered the 33rd layer of heaven, he saw Yi Xian carrying the immortal ending sword on his back. This also made the rock demon lower himself and befriend Yi Xian, traveling with Jade White. The rock demon's thoughts were very simple. Yi Xian was the celestial emperor of the three worlds, and he had the support of the Tongtian. He also carried the immortal ending sword on his back, which was a saint's spiritual treasure. Even quasi-saints would have to fear it. Moreover, the rock demon had a vague guess that since the immortal ending sword was in Yi Xian's hands, perhaps the other three swords were in Yi Xian's hands as well. If Yi Xian came with the immortal slaying sword formation, even quasi-saints would have to avoid him. This was because the cultivation Yi Xian displayed was only at the fourth heavenly layer of grand immortal realm. Only the immortal slaying sword formation could defeat the various great masters. Even if quasi-saints came in person, they would have to admit defeat. This was also why the rock demon wanted to befriend Yi Xian. He even planned on joining Yi Xian. His only request was for Yi Xian to help him fend off the myriad poison ancestor's endless pursuit. However, the rock demon had never thought that Yi Xian had not used the immortal ending sword at all, let alone the so-called immortal slaying sword formation. This also left the rock demon extremely confused. He had no idea whether the immortal slaying sword formation was in Yi Xian's hands or not. However, when the myriad poison ancestor heavily injured the immortal elder of the South Pole, the rock demon discovered the myriad poison ancestor's true body. Extreme fear rose up from the bottom of his heart. Right now, he was in Nuwa's palace, so the myriad poison ancestor would not attack him. However, once the banquet ended, the first person the myriad poison ancestor would kill would definitely be him. As a result, the rock demon's only hope lay with Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian possessed the immortal slaying sword formation, the myriad poison ancestor could only temporarily avoid him, and he would be able to avoid a life-or-death crisis. As the rock demon explained tirelessly, Yi Xian finally understood the rock demon's objective. Brother Yi, there's no need for us to feign civility at a time like this. Tell me, are the immortal slaying swords in your hands? The rock demon asked in a hurry. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with hope. The immortal slaying swords? Yi Xian shook his head slowly. He said sternly, "A worthy younger brother, you're overthinking things. The immortal slaying swords are the greatest killing weapon beneath the heavenly Tao, as well as the greatest treasure of the Tongtian kingdom. How can they possibly be in my hands? This. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the rock demon's face immediately paled. Even his eyes became extremely stern. You must be joking, big brother. If you don't have the immortal slaying swords, you won't be able to cast down the immortal slaying sword formation. Even if your battle prowess is equivalent to a peak grand immortal, how are you supposed to be the myriad poison ancestor's opponent? The rock demon asked with a trembling voice. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not answer the rock demon's question. However, when he opened and closed his eyes, a cold light flashed through the bottom of his eyes. He murmured, the myriad poison ancestor has just become a saint. He might not necessarily be the final victor. Chapter 570. 3 days later. The stars moved, and the world changed. The chaotic field of seats rose up once again. Various great masters gathered from all directions, all standing in the starry sky. The 4 strongest, please step forward and draw your lots. The chaotic field rumbled. This also meant that the battle for the top 4 was about to begin. Shen Tu, the Yellow Springs priest, Yi Xian, and the myriad poison ancestor were the 4 strongest. Whoever could marry the Empyrean fairy would stand out from the 4 of them. However, in the eyes of the various great masters, the final 2 rounds were already without any suspense, as the myriad poison ancestor was a quasi-saint. It was impossible for so-called peak grand immortal realm cultivators to be his opponent. Quasi-saints. These 2 simple words represented a completely different level of existence. They were not something peak grand immortal realm cultivators could stop. This was also an unchanging, ironclad law. No one had ever been able to change it. At the beginning of the world and the birth of all living things, quasi-saints were supreme. It was not impossible for someone to defeat a quasi-saint, but it definitely would not manifest through cultivation. Sect leader Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation, the 12 heavenly fiends formation of the shaman tribe, the primordial cosmic constellation formation of the Chan sect, and some legendary primordial ultimate treasures could all kill Sage to be at the zenith heaven realm. However, without any exception, whether it be killing formations or natural supreme treasures, most of these items belonged to saints. As a result, defeating a quasi-saint was extremely difficult. Of course, there were differences among quasi-saints as well. The myriad poison ancestor had only just become a quasi-saint. Whether it be his heritage or cultivation, he was the weakest existence among quasi-saints. However, quasi-saints were quasi-saints after all. They could not be compared to immortals. In the eyes of the various great masters, the final victor of this gathering could only be the myriad poison ancestor. The other 3 would only serve as a foil. There would be no exceptions. Of course, there were also great masters who secretly paid attention to Yi Xian. They all guessed that the sword on Yi Xian's back was the immortal ending sword, as everyone knew that the Tongtian had played an extremely important role in Yi Xian's ascension to the position of celestial emperor. Moreover, he had even bestowed the immortal ending sword to Yi Xian as Yi Xian's protector. If Yi Xian had the immortal exterminating sword array, the remaining 2 rounds of battle would be filled with suspense. In the primal chaos hall, the 4 of them began to draw lots. The myriad poison ancestor was completely unperturbed. He was the first to draw his lot. When he drew his lot, it was a 1, which meant his opponent was a 4. Yi Xian was silent. He drew his lot calmly. As he unfurled the lot in his hand, it turned out to be 3. This also happened to allow him to avoid a battle with the myriad poison ancestor. As the 2 of them drew their lots, the Yellow Spring Daoist and Shen Tu's faces became ugly. Clearly, one of them would be chosen for the battle against the myriad poison ancestor. When the 2 of them drew their lots, Shen Tu's face immediately paled, and his eyes were filled with extreme reluctance. When he slowly revealed his lot, it was the number 4. His opponent was the myriad poison ancestor. Clang! The sound of a bell echoed through the stars. Yi Xian and the Yellow Spring Taoist left the Primal Chaos Hall. Clearly, the first battle would be between Shen Tu and the myriad demon ancestor, which attracted the attention of all the great abilities. Shen Tu was one of the 5 emperors of the underworld. He was definitely not weak, and he even possessed the Book of Life and Death right now. Although he was facing a quasi-saint, he was not completely powerless. The myriad poison ancestor's black clothes fluttered in the wind. He was extremely handsome, like a scholar from the school of Confucianism. If he were immortal, no one would believe that he was a quasi-saint, let alone a quasi-saint of the evil path. All eyes were fixed on the battle. Everyone froze. Not only were the great abilities watching the battle, but even Yi Xian and the Yellow Spring Taoist watched with rapt attention. Clearly, they wanted to see just how terrifying a quasi-saint's abilities were. In the center of the Primal Chaos Hall, the myriad poison ancestor stood with one hand behind his back. He did not give off any aura at all. However, his gaze towards Shen Tu was completely indifferent, like he was looking at an ant. "You may leave," the myriad poison ancestor said softly. The myriad poison ancestor said softly, as if he was talking about something very casual. However, when Shen Tu heard it, the expression of the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld changed. "Myriad poison ancestor, you may be a quasi-saint, but I, Shen Tu, am also one of the 5 emperors of the Underworld. If you can form a good relationship with me today, I will definitely not forget today's kindness when I become a quasi-saint in the future. My lineage of the Underworld will definitely treat you as a close friend." Shen Tu lowered himself to an extremely low level, even bringing up the Underworld in hopes that the myriad poison ancestor would withdraw from the battle. With Shen Tu's words, all the great abilities secretly nodded. They looked at Shen Tu in amazement. Clearly, Shen Tu was very smart. He knew that even with the Book of Life and Death, he was not the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. However, as the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld, he could use the influence of the Underworld to pressure the myriad poison ancestor, giving him a lot of face. This also demonstrated Shen Tu's intelligence. Unfortunately, the myriad poison ancestor was unfazed. He only looked at Shen Tu with a cold smile and said indifferently, "Are you trying to use the Underworld to pressure me? I wouldn't dare. This emperor only wants to form a good relationship with fellow myriad poison." Shen Tu's face changed slightly, and he bowed in a hurry. After all, he was facing a quasi-saint. He was deeply afraid of angering him and suffering a calamity. It's very difficult to say whether a mere ghost emperor can become a quasi-saint. "Do you think you have the right to form a good relationship with me with your current cultivation?" The myriad poison ancestor sneered. He was extremely disdainful. The realm of quasi-saint was not just empty talk. Across the 3 worlds, who knew how many peak grand immortals were shackled there, unable to become a quasi-saint at all. Although Shen Tu was one of the 5 emperors of the Underworld, it was still extremely difficult for him to become a quasi-saint. Why would the myriad poison ancestor take him seriously? And, the myriad poison ancestor was extremely confident that even if he killed Shen Tu, no quasi-saint would stand up for him, as the karma that resulted from the grievances between quasi-saints was far too terrifying. This was a foolish action that would only bring about harm and no benefits. In the center of the chaotic square, Shen Tu looked at the scornful smile on the myriad poison ancestor's face, and his expression became uglier and uglier. His eyes even swiveled slightly. He had no idea whether he should retreat or fight the myriad poison ancestor with the Book of Life and Death. Actually, Shen Tu's participation in this gathering this time seemed like he wanted to take the Empyrean Fairy as his wife, but the true reason was to break through to the 9th heavenly layer of grand immortals and reach the supreme realm of quasi-saint. The reason was very simple. The Empyrean Fairy was born from the beauty of the world, and she possessed the innate body of ways. If he could dual cultivate with the Empyrean Fairy, there was an extremely great chance that it would assist him in breaking through to the grand immortal realm, which was also Shentu's true objective. Not to mention, the Empyrean fairy had the Saint Nuwa behind her, which would provide him with tremendous assistance. Unfortunately, Shentu had planned this out very well. He had even borrowed the Book of Life and Death from the Emperor of Feng Du just in case. However, he had never thought that a quasi-saint would actually take part in this gathering, which made his foolproof plan fall through. Chapter 571. As the saying went, if you did not die in silence, you would erupt in silence. Shentu was about to advance to the finals, only a step away from marrying the Empyrean fairy. How could he be willing to give up now? Good, good, good. Shentu bellowed out. His expression was slightly vicious and deranged, and he even said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Then let this emperor see just what you're capable of, myriad poison ancestor. Since he had already reached this point, there was nothing more Shentu could say. He directly pushed his essence, energy, and soul to the peak, and he wielded the Book of Life and Death. An extremely terrifying pulse erupted around Shentu's day. This was a battle with his back to the wall. If he did not advance, he would fall back. No matter what, how could Shentu be willing to give up without a fight? Suppress. Shentu formed a supreme ghost seal, and the ghostly mist around him rushed into the air. The supreme treasure of the underworld, the Book of Life and Death, buzzed as the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, crushing towards the myriad poison ancestor with boundless pressure. You're just showing off before an expert. The myriad poison ancestor sneered. He did not seem to do anything, but the laws of the world around him surged. The boundless starry sky suddenly darkened, and strands of chaotic light appeared around him. Heaven and earth transformation. The myriad poison ancestor bellowed out. When he extended a finger, the chaotic field twisted to the extreme. Strands of chaotic light descended from the starry sky, drawing an extremely terrifying star chart, directly enveloping the entire field. Clang! The Book of Life and Death was sent flying, and the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation collapsed. Shentu shrieked out in fright as light surged around him, protecting himself in the center. He hoped he could block the myriad poison ancestor's terrifying technique. Bang! The light exploded and blood splattered across the sky. Shentu let out a blood-curdling scream as the light around him shattered inch by inch. His illusory ghost immortal body was constantly being destroyed. His entire body was like a falling meteor as he was ruthlessly smashed out of the chaotic Tao field. Rumble. Shentu's damaged body smashed through one star after another. The myriad poison ancestor's strike condensed from the laws of the world directly sent Shentu flying. Its earth-shaking power was far too terrifying, as it was an attack from a quasi-saint. How could Shentu block it? Humph, considering you're one of the 5 emperors of the underworld, I'll spare your life today. The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands behind his back as his voice echoed through the starry sky. Puff! Blood spurted out from Shentu's mouth as he dragged his battered body back from the depths of the starry sky. However, there was no place on his body that was intact, and the Book of Life and Death in his hand was no longer moving. This emperor admits defeat. Shentu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Even though he was absolutely unwilling to accept this, he knew he was not the myriad poison ancestor's opponent after witnessing the attacks of a quasi-saint. If he continued fighting, he would only end up dying. A battle without any suspense came to an end just like that, and the result was not surprising to the various great powers. The myriad poison ancestor left the stage, and the bell that echoed through thousands of kilometers rang out. It meant the second battle had officially begun. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and his black hair draped behind his head. When he took a step out, he silently appeared in the center of the primal chaos hall. He did not give off any aura at all. The Yellow Springs Taoist was hunched over, like an old man at sunset. He strolled into the primal chaos hall before smiling at Yi Xian. However, his gaze towards Yi Xian was mixed. Please. Yi Xian did not waste any words, nor did he underestimate the Yellow Springs Taoist. This was because he could sense that apart from the myriad poison ancestor, the Yellow Springs Taoist could be described as the strongest person in the entire gathering. Even Shentu might not necessarily be the Yellow Springs Taoist's opponent. Up in the sky and down in the Yellow Springs, there was nowhere to be seen. The Yellow Springs Taoist cultivated in the depths of the Yellow Springs, and he practiced the unfathomable immortal scripture of the Yellow Springs. He was indeed a great opponent. Yi Tiandi, please wait. Before Yi Xian could do anything, the Yellow Springs Taoist called out gently. He did not show any signs of wanting to fight Yi Xian, which made Yi Xian and the spectating great masters all watch in surprise. The Yellow Springs Taoist could completely sense Yi Xian's doubts, which also made him let out a long sigh. A quasi-saint has appeared. Even if I end up winning in a battle of life and death against the Celestial Emperor, I'm not the opponent of a quasi-saint. If that's the case, why should I fight the Celestial Emperor to the death? I concede. Under the stunned gazes of the great masters, the Yellow Springs Taoist clasped his hands towards Yi Xian. His voice echoed through the primal chaos hall. At this moment, Yi Xian sighed inside. He had no idea whether he should rejoice or feel vexed. Ever since the myriad poison ancestor revealed his quasi-saint status, the other participants had already lost their will to fight. The Yellow Springs Taoist's automatic forfeit had instead benefited him. Yi Tiandi's cultivation is unrivaled. I admire you greatly. If the Celestial Emperor descends upon the underworld one day, you can definitely pay a visit to the Yellow Springs Palace. I'll be ready to welcome you. I'm willing to discuss the path with the heavens and earth, the Yellow Springs Taoist said hoarsely. Taoist Huang Quan said in a hoarse voice as he directly left the primal chaos Tao field. This also symbolized Yi Xian's victory in this competition. What a brilliant move, Taoist Yellow Springs, the rock demon said sternly. His gaze towards the Yellow Springs Taoist was filled with admiration. Actually, the Yellow Springs Taoist had made the right choice. Even if Taoist Huang Quan defeated Yi Xian, he would suffer an extremely heavy injury. Moreover, he would have to face a quasi-sage like the myriad poison ancestor. In the end, he would still be defeated. If he died miserably at the hands of the myriad poison ancestor, it would be even more of a loss. However, the Yellow Springs Taoist forfeited. Not only had he preserved his cultivation and strength, but he had also sold Yi Xian a favor, allowing him to form a good relationship with Yi Xian. It could be described as an extremely correct choice. Rumble. Suddenly, sacred light spread out from the depths of the starry sea. Mother Nuwa, who had remained motionless all this time, began to walk out from the depths of the starry sea. The sacred light that seemed to be indestructible by all tribulations covered her, making it impossible to see what she looked like. Greetings, Empress Nuwa. With the arrival of a saint, all living beings bowed in worship. The great cultivators of various places all knelt in worship. Even the myriad poison ancestor, a quasi-saint, was no exception. The only person who did not kneel in worship towards Nuwa was Yi Xian, who stood in the center of the primal chaos hall. Big brother, hurry up and pay your respects to the saint. When the rock demon saw Yi Xian standing still, his face immediately paled. He even secretly communicated with him secretly, but he did not receive any reply from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's disrespect towards the saint obviously caught the attention of the great cultivators of various places. This also made them all look towards Yi Xian, and a smear of shock flashed through their eyes. Had Yi Xian lost his mind? Mad, he had to be mad. The Empress Nuwa had come in person, yet he did not kneel in worship. Was he tired of living? Yi Xian was looking for death. Everyone below the saint was an ant. If he made the Empress Nuwa displeased, she could kill him instantly. Chapter 572. All the powerful beings cursed Yi Xian for his ignorance and stupidity in their hearts. They all looked at Yi Xian, wondering if Saint Nuwa would blame him. Nuwa hovered in the air with holy light covering her body. She did not show any signs of anger. She just looked at Yi Xian calmly, and her gentle voice sounded at this moment. Yi Xian, why don't you kneel when you see me? The words of the saint were like the heavens and the earth. The boundless aura of the saint filled the 33 heavens, causing the various experts to tremble. As for Yi Xian, who was at the center of the saint's might, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Terrifying, too terrifying, terrifying to the extreme. This was the feeling that Saint Nuwa gave to Yi Xian. It was also his first time facing a saint, but he felt that he was as insignificant as an ant in front of a saint. Is this the power of a saint? Yi Xian roared in his heart, because under the aura of the saint, he could not even move a finger. His mind was trembling to the extreme, and a feeling called fear grew in the bottom of his heart. The 6 desires are emotionless, and the heaven and earth are heartless. Yi Xian's eyes froze as the undying immortal scripture violently circulated. He let out a hysterical roar in his heart, and only then did he suppress his fear. His black pupils gradually turned gray, and a wisp of dark mist quietly spread out around him. Only then did his fluctuating mind calm down. Nuwa made a sound of doubt. The way she looked at Yi Xian changed slightly, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye, as if there had never been any fluctuations in her emotions. Yi Xian, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Nuwa spoke again, but her voice was slightly colder. However, it made all the powerful beings pale, because if a saint was angry, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Yi Xian, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to Master Nuwa? The Empyrean fairy urged anxiously. She looked at Yi Xian with a complicated look in her eyes. She did not know why Yi Xian was so daring to be so presumptuous even in the presence of a saint. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not move. He cupped his hand slightly towards Nuwa in the starry sky and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Yi Xian greets Empress Nuwa. However, Yi Xian only believes in himself and does not bow to the heavens and earth. Although you are a saint, I am unable to kneel to you. Oh. Nuwa's expression changed. Her voice was slightly cold as she said, what if I insist on making you kneel? My words are the law, and my actions are the law. A single thought, a single will, can cause the heavens and earth to fall into chaos. When Empress Nuwa spoke coldly, the space-time around them froze, and an extremely terrifying pressure attacked Yi Xian's body. Kakik. Yi Xian's straight spine was slowly bending, and the bones in his knees were cracking. His face was extremely red as he endured Nuwa's saint aura. It was as if he would kneel on the ground in the next moment. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed wildly. When he opened and closed his eyes, a cold glint flashed through them. His voice echoed in the starry sky in all directions. You are a saint. I, Yi Xian, am not worth mentioning in your eyes. I am merely an ant. If you want me to kneel, I, Yi Xian, will naturally not be able to resist. However, if I, Yi Xian, step into the saint realm one day, today's karma will be repaid in the future. How dare you? Suddenly, the expressions of all the powerful experts changed, and they all loudly rebuked Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian's words were too shocking. He was openly challenging the dignity of a saint. Even if he died 1,000,000 times, it would not be regrettable. Saints could not be humiliated, and those who humiliated them must be killed. Although Yi Xian's words were not meant to insult Nuwa, this was still a great offense. Empress Nuwa could completely kill him, and no one would be able to say anything. Silence. Suddenly, before the powerful experts could rebuke him again, Nuwa's calm voice came from the starry sky above the 9 heavens. The saint aura that had been exerting on Yi Xian slowly dissipated at this moment. Yi Xian, you are very good. Niua's voice was very calm. It was so calm that there was not the slightest ripple. She also did not punish Yi Xian, as if she did not care about Yi Xian's great offense. This also caused the expressions of all the powerful experts to change slightly. They did not expect that Saint Niua would not blame Yi Xian. However, no one noticed that Empress Niua was frowning under the cover of the saint aura. A trace of seriousness flashed through her eyes. Today's karma will be repaid in the future. These words came from Yi Xian's mouth. These words seemed simple, but to Niua, they were earth-shattering. The reason was very simple. From Niua's point of view, Yi Xian was very likely to be the seventh saint. If she really forced Yi Xian to kneel before her today, when Yi Xian became a saint in the future, he would definitely settle this great humiliation with her. The karma between saints was not just a matter of words. It had extremely terrifying consequences. Just look at the investiture of the gods' war. The three pure ones collapsed. Tong Tian held the immortal extermination sword formation and faced the four saints alone. He even set up the 10,000 immortals formation to destroy the three realms. Although Tao ancestor Hongjun appeared in the end and stopped this calamity, the karma between Tong Tian and the four saints had not been resolved even now. Endless time passed and the immeasurable calamity appeared again. Tong Tian used Yi Xian to stir up trouble again. It was likely that he would settle the karma of the past with the four saints. This was the terror of the karma between saints. Furthermore, Niua had a premonition that even saints would be in danger of dying in this immeasurable calamity. This feeling was extremely strong, and it made Niua even more convinced. When Yi Xian said that today's karma will be repaid in the future, how could Niua's mind not be disturbed? Saints' karma could not be tainted. This was Niua's way of life. After experiencing so many calamities, she had never formed any bad karma with the other five saints. Although she only guessed that Yi Xian might be the seventh saint, she did not want to take this risk. On the other hand, Yi Xian did not think so much because he never thought of himself as the seventh saint. He also never thought of himself as the main character of the world, nor did he think of himself as someone with great fortune. In Yi Xian's mind, he started as a weak youth and walked step by step to become the heavenly emperor today. His path was accompanied by a storm of blood and rain. He had experienced countless hardships to reach his current cultivation. Yi Xian also believed that even though he was forced to kneel by Niua today, he would prove his Tao and become a saint in the future. He would definitely not forget today's humiliation and would return it 1,000 times over. He would definitely look for Niua to settle the score. This was Yi Xian's simplest thought. It was not just his thoughts. Yi Xian had always been pushing himself forward. He had never been careless in his cultivation. He also believed that one day, he would transcend the three realms and become an existence above the heavenly Tao. Whether it was his ambition or his unwillingness to submit to others, Yi Xian's thoughts had never changed. Chapter 573. The karma of saints could not be tainted. Niua was a saint, but she had her own fears. If Yi Xian really was the seventh saint of heaven's mandate, then he would definitely be an existence that stood on equal footing with her in the future. Perhaps some people would say that Yi Xian was only a measly Daoyuo Jinxian right now. Saints could kill him with a single thought, so why would there be anything to fear? Actually, saints were lofty existences, but they still had to follow the operation of the heavenly way. Even if Niua wanted to kill Yi Xian, if Yi Xian really was the saint of heaven's mandate, he would definitely be able to escape for some reason. This was the helplessness of saints under the heavenly way. It was also for this reason that Yi Xian had killed so many disciples of the cult of enlightenment. Yuanshi Tianzuan said nothing, as the six saints all suspected Yi Xian to be the seventh saint of heaven's mandate, so they obviously could not punish Yi Xian when he was still weak. They were also afraid of the consequences when he became a saint. After all, the Tong Tian was an excellent example. Clang! 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 The tremendous sound of bells rang out in the boundless starry sky. Nua's voice rang out at this moment as she enveloped herself in the starry sky. This is the final battle. Life and death will be decided. The victor will be able to take the arcane maiden as his wife. Rumble. With Nua's words, all the great abilities present stood up and gazed at the chaotic sight. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. However, everyone looked at Yi Xian with mixed feelings. None of the people present were idiots. They were all the best of the best among Grand Immortal Realm cultivators, and there were even existences at the peak of Grand Immortal Realm. Nua's attitude towards Yi Xian made them all suspicious. Thump. 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 Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out in the surroundings. The myriad poison ancestor strolled through space, making his way towards the primal chaos hall. With each step he took, the space around him would twist. His might as a quasi-saint was on full display. The myriad poison ancestor strolled in calmly. This was how the myriad poison ancestor behaved. Even when he arrived in front of Yi Xian, his gaze towards Yi Xian became indifferent. Little friend, I don't want to make things difficult for you on account of your cultivation. If you become a quasi-saint in the future, you can fight with me. You can leave now. The myriad poison ancestor stood with one hand behind his back, giving off the dignified bearing of a quasi-saint. He was currently advising Yi Xian softly, which was already giving Yi Xian enough face. Logically speaking, there was no need for the myriad poison ancestor to lower himself and say so much to Yi Xian. As a quasi-saint, he could suppress Yi Xian with just a finger in the eyes of the various great abilities. There was no suspense at all. However, what the various great abilities did not know was that the myriad poison ancestor had taken note of Nua's attitude towards Yi Xian, and Yi Xian even had the Tong Tian behind him. This also proved that Yi Xian would definitely become a quasi-saint in the future, which was why he had lowered himself to Yi Xian. What if I don't? Suddenly, Yi Xian smiled, which made the myriad poison ancestor frown. His gaze towards Yi Xian sunk. Little friend, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You're not my opponent with your measly grand immortal cultivation. If you really want to be stubborn, then don't blame me for taking action and suppressing you. The myriad poison ancestor was a quasi-saint. If it were not for the fact that Yi Xian had a Tong Tian behind him, and if it were not for the fact that Nua's attitude towards Yi Xian was perplexing, he would have attacked Yi Xian a long time ago. Why would he waste so much time talking? Come, let this emperor see just how capable you are as a quasi-saint. Yi Xian was not a person who liked bickering. Since he had already come this far, there was no way out for him. The undying immortal scripture had already begun to circulate rapidly, and his origin immortal body and indestructible soul had been condensed to the limit. Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. The myriad poison ancestor's face turned cold. He was no longer in the mood to waste time on Yi Xian. He extended a finger towards Yi Xian, and something extremely terrifying happened. Boom! 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 The starry sky exploded, and the world shifted. Chaotic light flourished in the chaotic field of Tao, and extremely terrifying laws of the world went berserk. A colossal hand that blotted out the sky appeared in the boundless starry sky, falling towards Yi Xian with overwhelming power. 8 gates of life and death, immortal transformation. The strike of a quasi-saint was a calamity of life and death. Yi Xian did not test it at all, as he knew he could not receive the strike at all. As a result, he directly used the immortal defying formation. Bang! 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 In the boundless starry sky, 8 doors appeared in the boundless starry sky, and the luminous star rumbled as it rotated. The terrifying aura of immortal transformation covered the sky and earth, and the immortal defying diagram quietly appeared above Yi Xian's head, covering his entire body. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. Yi Xian roared at the sky, and a blood-red moon fell down. His 3,000 strands of black hair moved without any wind, becoming extremely blood-red from the roots to the tips of his hair. A deep, gloomy light surged around him slightly. Immortal Defying Formation, Tribulation Transcender Transformation. This was one of Yi Xian's two greatest trump cards, and it had allowed Yi Xian to survive countless tribulations. Now that he was facing a quasi-saint, he instantly used it. Great Demonic Fist. His roar shattered the stars, shattering the past and present. With the Immortal Defying Formation protecting him and the Tribulation Transcender Transformation, Yi Xian's strength soared, and with the Origin Immortal Body glowing and the indestructible Origin Spirit buzzing in his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian's strength reached the apex when he used all of these trump cards. A fist aura shattered the galaxy, and another fist aura shattered the stars. That resplendent fist aura was like the light of dawn that could split heaven and earth. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was so domineering that it met the giant palm head-on. Bang! Luminous sun-starry sky exploded, and the boundless sea of stars churned. When these two supreme powers collided, they unleashed a world-destroying power. Bang! 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 One star after another exploded, and the sea of stars within a radius of millions of kilometers evaporated. The entire Chaos Tao field spacetime distorted, and cracks appeared in space. Even the laws of the world were annihilated by the two of them. This sight directly shocked all the great abilities present. If it were not for the fact that they were outside the chaotic Taoist field and that there were saints watching over the starry sky, just the shockwaves from their attacks would definitely have heavily injured some weaker people. What a terrifying Yi Tiandi! Someone cried out. They were in extreme awe of Yi Xian's terrifying battle prowess. Regardless of whether Yi Daoyu loses to a quasi-saint or not, today's battle will definitely be recorded in the annals of the three worlds. The Yellow Springs priest let out a long sigh. The light dispersed, and the world cleared up. When the two extremely terrifying powers were completely unleashed, the figures of Yi Xian and the myriad poison ancestor appeared in the center of the chaotic Taoist field again. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and 3,000 strands of blood drooped behind his head. The insignia of a blood-red moon shone on his forehead, and his eyes had already become grayish-white. The dark mist around him was extremely dense, and an extremely chilling aura of Tongtian malice revolved around him. The myriad poison ancestor's expression was ugly. A strand of chaotic light surged around him, and the space around him seemed to collapse slightly. However, his gaze towards Yi Xian was cold and gloomy. The myriad poison ancestor had never thought that Yi Xian would actually block his attack, and Yi Xian would not be harmed at all. He struggled to accept this, nor did he want to accept it. Chapter 574. Although the myriad poison ancestor had only become a quasi-saint 100,000 years ago, his level of existence was already different from immortals. He could not compare to the veteran quasi-saints, but he had actually failed to suppress a grand immortal with a single strike. That was basically the greatest insult to him. The myriad poison ancestor was not the only one with an ugly expression. The various great abilities were stunned as well, as they could not understand how Yi Xian had managed to receive an attack from a quasi-saint no matter what. Actually, no one knew that Yi Xian's current battle prowess had already reached the limits of a peak grand immortal, and the reason why he could take on an attack from a quasi-saint was because of his various trump cards. Firstly, Yi Xian walked the path of proving his way through strength, which was not something a regular Daoyuo Jingxian could compare to. The Tribulation Transcender Transformation had allowed Yi Xian's battle prowess to skyrocket. He had the Immortal Defying Formation protecting him, the Origin Immortal Body was close to completion, and the Indestructible Soul was protecting him. When all of these factors were combined, it made Yi Xian extremely terrifying. It was possible to say that he was invincible among the Daluo Jingxian, which was also why he could receive an attack from a quasi-saint. Of course, the various great abilities obviously had no idea about Yi Xian's trump cards. They only saw that Yi Xian was only at the fourth heavenly layer of Grand Immortal, yet he displayed battle prowess that was even more terrifying than a peak Grand Immortal. So that's all a quasi-saint can do. Suddenly, Yi Xian said coldly. Under the shocked gazes of the various great abilities, Yi Xian actually did not know how to advance or retreat. He directly tore through the starry space and charged towards the myriad poison ancestor first. How dare you! This sight made the myriad poison ancestor's face turn icy cold. Terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was just a mere golden immortal of the great firmament, yet he actually did not take him seriously at all. He was actually bold enough to attack him so recklessly. If he did not suppress him on the spot, the myriad poison ancestor would probably become a laughingstock if the outside world learned about this. Die. The world was boundless, and all the laws were immeasurable. Quasi-saints were far too terrifying. Every single action they made could draw on the power of the world. The myriad poison ancestor's palm strike towards Yi Xian caused the space there to collapse. It was just far too terrifying. Bang! A single strike Yi Xian. Yi Xian but. He. Bang! The origin immortal body was terrifying. Even though Yi Xian had not reached quasi-saint, the punch contained all of his battle prowess. It directly sent the myriad poison ancestor flying. The sound of bones cracking rang out from the myriad poison ancestor's chest. The crowd was thrown into an uproar as they looked at one another in shock. When the myriad poison ancestor was sent flying by Yi Xian's punch, he was sent flying 1,000,000 kilometers away. Who knew how many planets had exploded, which made the various great masters watch in horror. Go, Yi Xian! Suddenly, the Empyrean fairy cried out in excitement. Her beautiful face flushed red as she gazed at Yi Xian's back with infatuation. Her gaze was filled with admiration. It was no wonder the Empyrean fairy reacted like this. Yi Xian could send a quasi-saint flying with Daluo Jinxian's cultivation. That was basically unbelievable, so how could the Empyrean fairy not become extremely excited? It was also at this moment that the Empyrean fairy became absolutely certain that Yi Xian was the seventh saint of heavens ordained. As a result, she gazed at Yi Xian's back in yearning, deeply imprinting Yi Xian's figure into her mind. Big brother, retreat. Suddenly, the rock demon shrieked in fright. However, before Yi Xian could return to his senses, a streak of chaotic light erupted from the depths of space. Under the Empyrean fairy's stunned gaze, the streak of chaotic light directly pierced Yi Xian's chest. A terrifying, bloody hole appeared on his chest. Spurt. Blood splattered across the sky as the immortal light shattered. This beam of primal chaos light was too terrifying. It wasn't something that Yi Xian could withstand. Even though he displayed all of his combat strength, this attack had still caused him to suffer unimaginable injuries. Yi Xian. As the Empyrean fairy's trembling voice rang out, Yi Xian's eyes became dazed. He stared straight into the depths of space, except the bloody hole in his chest was far too horrifying. Large amounts of blood spurted out, causing him to slowly fall over the chaotic field. Wretched Junior, I'll make sure you never reincarnate. The starry sky exploded and the meteor shattered. The myriad poison ancestor crossed through the starry sky and returned. His face was twisted, and traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the full-powered strike from Yi Xian earlier had injured his body as well. Although quasi-saints were terrifying, their bodies weren't flawless. On the other hand, Yi Xian's great Luo immortal body was even more terrifying than the ancient great shamans. If he could cultivate the great Luo immortal body to the large success stage, it would be comparable to the bodies of the 12 ancient ancestral shamans. Although the origin immortal body had not reached major perfection, Yi Xian's strike earlier still caused extremely terrifying damage to the myriad poison ancestor. However, a quasi-saint was still a quasi-saint after all. Although his body was heavily injured, his body rapidly recovered under the condensation of the laws of the world. He showed no signs of being injured at all. However, Yi Xian had injured him, which was the greatest humiliation to the myriad poison ancestor. How could the myriad poison ancestor not be furious? Die! The myriad poison ancestor crossed through space. When he struck out with his palm, the entire region of space distorted. The huge palm of chaos shot towards Yi Xian with a devastating aura. Immortal ending sword. Clang! 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 Suddenly, the earth-shattering sounds of killing from Tongtian's sword rang out. A streak of green light erupted from behind Yi Xian. Killing intent spread out in all directions. A streak of killing light rushed into the sky from the immortal ending sword, directly cutting through the huge palm of chaos and forcing the myriad poison ancestor to retreat in fright. Spurt. Blood. Bright and beautiful blood constantly flowed out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. His face was as pale as paper, but under the shocked gazes of the various great abilities, he slowly stood up. The Sumeru space opened up, and a bottle of pills appeared. Several 9 cycles great immortal golden pills were directly ingested by Yi Xian, which rapidly healed the bloody hole in his chest. Huff. 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 Yi Xian breathed heavily as he stared at the myriad poison ancestor coldly. Although he had ingested the 9 cycles great immortal golden pills, which allowed his body to rapidly recover, the injuries he suffered from a furious strike from a quasi-saint were unimaginable. Clang! Clang! Green light revolved around him as killing intent surged. The immortal ending sword was one of the 4 immortal slaying swords, and it was also Tongtian's natural spiritual treasure. Not only did it possess the power of slaughter from the world, but it also possessed a sliver of the might of a saint, which gave Yi Xian some time to catch his breath. The immortal ending sword. At this moment, the myriad poison ancestor frowned firmly as he stared at the immortal ending sword firmly. A smear of fear appeared in his eyes. The 4 immortal slaying swords slaughtered the world. They were the greatest killing weapon beneath the heavens. During the War of Gods, Tong Tian had even cast down the immortal slaying sword formation, taking on the 4 great saints alone. The reputation of the 4 immortal slaying swords could be described as unprecedented, so how could the myriad poison ancestor not know about them? Chapter 575. Of course, what the myriad poison ancestor feared was not the immortal ending sword, as he was a quasi-saint after all. The immortal ending sword was only one of the 4 immortal slaying swords, so it could not cause him any harm. What the myriad poison ancestor truly feared was the immortal slaying sword formation. Like most people, he suspected Yi Xian possessed the immortal slaying sword formation. If Yi Xian really did come with the immortal slaying sword formation, he would have to retreat. And, no matter what, Yi Xian had the Tong Tian behind him. Although the myriad poison ancestor seemed like he wanted to kill Yi Xian, it was actually just a bluff. He would only heavily injure Yi Xian at most, but he would never take his life. Rise, sword! As the myriad poison ancestor was bewildered and doubtful, Yi Xian's sword finger swept through the starry sky. The immortal ending sword unleashed a murderous aura, turning into a scarlet streak of light that shot towards the myriad poison ancestor. Clang! The myriad poison ancestor retreated rapidly and flicked out a streak of chaotic light with his finger. With a great clang of metal, the immortal ending sword was knocked away. A quasi-saint was a quasi-saint after all. It had already surpassed the range of immortals. They were on a completely different level of existence. The absolute sword immortal could not be described as weak, while Yi Xian definitely was not weak among peak grand immortal realm cultivators, but he was still unable to harm the myriad poison ancestor at all. Yi Xian, unless you possess the 4 immortal slaying swords, you're not my opponent. It's still not too late for you to admit defeat right now. The myriad poison ancestor squinted his eyes and spoke extremely sternly. Clearly, he was testing out Yi Xian's trump card. If Yi Xian really did possess the 4 immortal slaying swords, he would turn around and leave without saying anything else. Slash. Yi Xian did not waste any words. He formed a seal with the Tong Tian sword, and the immortal ending sword erupted with the sound of Tong Tian killing once again. He and his sword shot towards the myriad poison ancestor like the 9 heavens. Clang! 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 The immortal ending Tong Tian rushed into the air. Thousands of streaks of light erupted in the starry sky, condensing into a starry sky sword diagram. It filled the entire place with the aura of slaughter. Petty tricks. The myriad poison ancestor's face turned cold. Chaotic light revolved around him. He did not dodge at all, allowing Yi Xian to charge towards him. His eyes were filled with extreme disdain. Invulnerability and indestructibility referred to saints of the heavenly path. However, as a quasi-saint, the myriad poison ancestor had already begun to comprehend the power of chaos, so he obviously could not rival saints. However, there was no need for him to dodge Yi Xian's killing techniques, as with Yi Xian's current cultivation, abilities were unable to harm him at all. Ding ding ding. The starry sky sword diagram enveloped the myriad poison ancestor, and the countless streaks of sword light were blocked outside the chaotic light. No matter how Yi Xian controlled the immortal ending sword, he was unable to harm the myriad poison ancestor at all. Scram! The wrath of a quasi-saint could turn the world upside down. The myriad poison ancestor's sleeves danced in the starry sky, and surging holy light mixed with the laws of the world shot out, directly blasting Yi Xian away with his sword. Spurt! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yi Xian's mouth. His tough immortal body of origin cracked. Even though Yi Xian walked the path of proving his way through strength, he still suffered extremely heavy injuries against a furious strike from a quasi-saint. This was not to say that proving one's way through strength was not powerful enough. This path was the strongest path, as well as the most rugged path. Yi Xian had managed to crush so many peak Grand Immortal realms as a 4th heavenly layer Grand Immortal, which demonstrated the terrors of proving one's way through strength. However, Yi Xian's cultivation was far too low. He was worlds apart from Quasi-Saint, which had already exceeded the limits of proving one's way through strength. If Yi Xian's cultivation could reach the peak of Grand Immortal, perhaps even defeating a quasi-saint would not be impossible. Unfortunately, he was only at the 4th heavenly layer of Grand Immortal right now, which made him constantly at a disadvantage against the myriad poison ancestor. His life was in great danger too. Yi Xian. Yi Xian was heavily injured again, which made the Empyrean fairy cry out in worry. She suddenly looked towards the Nuwa in the starry sky, and a sliver of pleading appeared in her eyes. Clearly, Yi Xian was only Daoyuo Jinxian, so how could he fight against a quasi-saint? Right now, only the Nuwa could end this battle. Unfortunately, Nuwa said nothing. She stood high above the starry sky, looking down on everyone indifferently. She had no plans to end this battle at all. No one knew what the Nuwa was thinking either. Why hasn't Yi Tiandi conceded yet? He sure is stupid. He wants to defeat a quasi-saint with his cultivation as a Grand Immortal. That's a complete joke. That's right. Ever since the creation of the world, I've never heard of anyone who can defeat a quasi-saint. Yi Xian will definitely lose today. If he really did possess the 4 immortal slaying swords, it would be a different story. However, he still hasn't used the other 3 swords even now, so the 4 immortal slaying swords probably aren't in his hands at all. The various experts discussed animatedly and expressed their own opinions. Among them, there were those who mocked and disdained him, and there were also those who sighed helplessly. However, without exception, no one thought highly of Yi Xian. Obviously, in front of a quasi-saint, Yi Xian could only lose. At this moment, in the chaotic square, the myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands behind his back as he squinted at Yi Xian. If it were not for the fact that he had always feared Yi Xian possessing the four immortal slaying swords, he would have suppressed Yi Xian a long time ago. Why would he waste so much time on Yi Xian? However, while the myriad poison ancestor feared the four immortal slaying swords, Yi Xian's terrifying battle prowess left the myriad poison ancestor utterly shocked, as the myriad poison ancestor understood very well that if their positions were switched, he definitely would not have been able to endure a single strike from a quasi-saint. He would have died a long time ago, vanishing from the starry sky. Just like how one could know the whole picture from a single spot, Yi Xian was only at the fourth heavenly layer of Grand Immortal right now, yet his battle prowess was already so terrifying. If he reached the third boundary of the Grand Immortal realm, or even quasi-saints, probably no one would be his opponent apart from saints. Thinking of this terrifying outcome, even the myriad poison ancestor shivered inside. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with obscure killing intent. Cough. Suddenly, a light cough came out of Yi Xian's mouth. He slowly stood up from the ground, and a bloody light quietly flashed through his eyes. Although his entire body was covered in blood, the evil aura around him became even denser. Quasi-saints really are very powerful. Yi Xian's face was sinister. When he raised his head and looked at the myriad poison ancestor, he murmured, "I just wonder if you can stop the greatest killing artifact of all time." "What did you say?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, the myriad poison ancestor was taken aback. "Come, halberd." Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a low roar. The center of his brows glowed as a boundless dark beam of light flickered between his brows. A black light shot out from between Yi Xian's brows, and the chaotic aura of the ancient and modern world bloomed in the primal chaos Tao field. Rumble. The darkness was boundless, and the world was thrown into chaos. The boundless starry sky gradually darkened, and the luminous sea of stars stagnated. The rumbling stars seemed to have been frozen. A small halberd swelled in the wind, until it became 3 meters long and hovered before Yi Xian. Chapter 576. A strand of black light threw the world into chaos, suppressing the past and present. When the heaven-slaying halberd appeared, even the space outside the 33 heavens froze, and a silent sense of great terror weighed down on everyone's minds. Whether it was the great masters of the various realms, the myriad poison ancestor who was a quasi-saint, or even the Saint Nuwa who resided high in the starry sky, all of their hearts trembled slightly when the heavens punishing halberd appeared. This is. Above the starry sky, the Saint Nuwa's expression changed slightly. When she opened and closed her eyes, they shone with sacred light. She was currently observing the heaven-slaying halberd extremely sternly. In the center of the primal chaos hall, the myriad poison ancestor's expression changed slightly, as when the heaven-slaying halberd appeared, his unperturbed mind actually began to tremble uncontrollably. A feeling of extreme danger filled his mind. Whether it was mortals, immortals, or even quasi-saints, all living beings had an instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. As a quasi-saint, the myriad poison ancestor was no exception, as the heaven-slaying halberd gave him an extremely great sense of threat. Suddenly, before the myriad poison ancestor could even react, Yi Xian wielded the halberd. When the halberd swung through the starry sky, the world within 10 million kilometers rumbled and exploded. A smear of blood-red light flickered silently on the pitch-black halberd. Kill! The halberd suppressed the heavens, throwing the past and present into chaos. The cold tip of the halberd flickered with a cold light that could bury all things, while the starry sky within 10 million kilometers was plunged into boundless darkness. Yi Xian and the heaven-slaying halberd seemed to become one, shooting towards the myriad poison ancestor as a streak of light of dawn. Danger! Retreat! The myriad poison ancestor's expression changed drastically. He retreated violently for 500,000 kilometers, all because the aura from the heaven-slaying halberd gave him an illusion of death. As a result, he was afraid to receive the strike that could bury all things head-on. Rumble. The light of oblivion, the light of dawn. The sliver of darkness ripped through time and space, directly reducing the starry sky to a vacuum. Who knew how many stars exploded in the boundless starry sky? What kind of spiritual treasure is this? The myriad poison ancestor roared out in shock, as the heaven-slaying halberd in Yi Xian's hand was far too terrifying. It seemed like it was nothing special, but everything that came into contact with the halberd would be reduced to dust. The aura of withering all things basically made his soul shiver. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't answer his question. The heaven-punishing halberd was glowing and buzzing. Strands of primal chaos elemental light were rising, and there was even a dark light that was emitting the aura of all living things. Myriad poison of the myriad poison ancestors, myriad poison ancestors. Of his blood-red hair had of his hair had of his hair had of his, and his, and of his hair hair had. His hair myriad of his had of his of himself. Of it. Of, heaven of the heaven-slaying halberd D, the myriad poison halberoth the of the darkness he, the halberd. It was of the myriad seemed. S. Sky heaven ing of his, it, the, heaven slaying it. Of it. Of it, sky and it of it. Clang. 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 The starry sky exploded and space exploded. The myriad poison ancestor refused to let the halberd touch him. He sent out strands of chaotic light, constantly blasting Yi Xian away. Even with the heaven-slaying halberd in hand, Yi Xian was not the opponent of a quasi-saint at all. His body shattered inch by inch. Blood flowed down his arm and dyed the heaven-slaying halberd, making it shine with an extremely strange, blood-red light. Suppress. The myriad poison ancestor no longer held back in the end, as he discovered that Yi Xian's aura was becoming more and more frightening. Regardless of whether Yi Xian possessed the 4 immortal slaying swords or not, his only thought right now was to suppress Yi Xian on the spot and directly end this strange battle. Rumble. The quasi-sage's attack caused the starry sky to explode. That strand of primal chaos light broke through the barrier of space and time and transformed into a giant palm that covered the heavens that spanned millions of kilometers in the starry sky. That boundless power caused the starry sky to distort as it directly descended towards Yi Xian. Bang! 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 The full-powered strike of a quasi-saint drew upon the power of the world. Endless laws ran amok. Whenever the huge hand fell, it would cause the starry sky to explode, causing spatial cracks to appear. Run! This scene directly caused the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden to scream. This was because it was impossible for Yi Xian to receive this attack. If it really landed on Yi Xian's body, he would definitely be beaten to the point where his soul would scatter. Arg! Suddenly, Yi Xian roared towards the sky. His gray hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and when he opened and closed his eyes, his pupils turned deathly white. Strands of nirvanic light shot out from his head and into the sky. Something terrifying happened. It was like chaotic thunder had exploded, like space and time had twisted. When Yi Xian's roar rang out, an extremely shocking sight suddenly appeared in the surroundings. From the starry sky of the luminous sun became completely dark. A sliver of dim light rose up, and mysterious sounds of the Tao rang out from the heavens. Strands of chaotic lightning flashed through the sky of the luminous sun star, and great planets were silently reduced to dust. The terrifying sight was simply startling. However, this was not the end of it. What terrified the various great masters and the myriad poison ancestor the most was that the chaotic field of cultivation within a radius of 10 million kilometers twisted to the extreme, as if the space there was collapsing. The dim light of dim light was boundless and dark. In the center of the twisted field of cultivation, the heaven-slaying halberd shone with a cold light that it had never seen before. It could be called the light of dim light, as all the phenomena in the surroundings were caused by the greatest killing artifact of all time. Thrum. The heaven-slaying halberd rolled and thrummed in Yi Xian's hand. The dim light of dim light of dim light completely obscured Yi Xian. However, he currently swung the heaven-slaying halberd slowly like he was swinging the universe. It gave off the illusion that he was destroying the world. There was no destructive power, nor was there any sight of the starry sky exploding. Only the man and the halberd glowed in the center of the field of cultivation. However, with the man and the halberd as the center, the field of cultivation within a radius of 10 million kilometers collapsed. The inside of the pile of white jade crystals cracked like a spiderweb, constantly extending in all directions. The seven slaughtering halberd of the heavens of chaos, life-severing. Space and time were inverted, destroying the world. When Yi Xian swung the heaven-slaying halberd, the power of dim light erupted, throwing the laws of space and time in the surroundings into disorder. When he swung the halberd towards the myriad poison ancestor, he vanished in a single moment, which made the chaotic field of cultivation within a radius of 10 million kilometers sink into boundless darkness. The darkness was boundless, and all things were destroyed. No one knew what had happened in the chaotic field of cultivation, nor did anyone know what kind of great Tong Tian ability Yi Xian had used. However, all of them had a feeling that when Yi Xian swung the halberd, their souls seemed to freeze. Even their thoughts came to a standstill. Rumble. After a few dozen breaths of time, beams of dim light of destruction shot out in all directions. The boundless darkness gradually faded away, and the thoughts of the various great powers came back to their senses. When they looked at the Chaos Dojo in shock, the scene that followed completely stunned them in the starry sky. Chapter 577. The chaotic Tao field, which spanned tens of thousands of miles, crumbled inch by inch. Spatial cracks appeared in the endless void. However, this was not the most terrifying scene to the various great divine powers. The most terrifying scene was reflected in their eyes at this moment. The halberd, the great halberd. The great halberd had pierced the myriad poison ancestor's heart, nailing him to death in space. Droplets of blood constantly oozed out from the corner of the myriad poison ancestor's mouth. He stared straight at Yi Xian, as if he had lost all signs of life. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and 3,000 strands of gray hair hung behind his head. His robes fluttered without any wind, and when his eyes opened and closed, the light of annihilation that could annihilate all living things rotated endlessly in his eyes. Spurt. The great halberd threw the sky into chaos and destroyed all things. When Yi Xian slowly pulled the heaven's execution halberd out from the myriad poison ancestor's heart, the blood of the myriad poison ancestor sprayed out, dyeing Yi Xian a bloody red. It was a horrifying sight. Bang! There was a great rumble, and the myriad poison ancestor's body exploded. A mist of blood rained down from the starry sky, and the sight of the rain of blood made everything fall silent. Creak! 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 A few dozen seconds passed, and the sound of chattering teeth constantly rang out. The various great abilities had all become as pale as paper, and even their bodies trembled uncontrollably, which demonstrated just how terrified they were inside. They were unable to believe it, nor were they willing to believe it. The various great abilities thought they were dreaming, as they had never heard of Daluo Jingxian being able to kill a myriad poison ancestor. Killing a myriad poison ancestor had never happened before. This was an insurmountable chasm, as well as an unchanging, ironclad law. However, this ironclad law had been broken today, as they had personally witnessed a legend of saint slaying. If they had not witnessed this with their own eyes, they probably would have never believed it was possible. Rumble. Suddenly, before the various experts could react, Yi Xian fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The heavenly punishing halberd in his hand powerlessly fell to the ground, and one person and one halberd fiercely smashed into the shattered primal chaos Tao field. The seven slaughtering halberd of the chaotic heavens. This was a great killing technique, and it could draw on the mysterious power within the heavens execution halberd. However, Yi Xian had suffered an extremely great backlash when he used the halberd technique. Not only had his cultivation been depleted, but his body had also suffered unimaginable injuries. Blood constantly flowed from Yi Xian's body, dyeing the ground beneath him red. Yi Xian had also fallen unconscious from using the halberd technique. At the same time, all the powerful cultivators woke up. Greed flashed through their eyes as they stared at the heaven-destroying halberd that had fallen into the Taoist field of chaos. Obviously, the power of the heaven-destroying halberd was obvious to all. Even a pre-saint was killed by this attack. How could the powerful cultivators not be greedy? Although these people were greedy, no one dared to act rashly. This was because they were outside the 33 levels of heaven, and Saint Nuwa was high above the 9 heavens. If anyone dared to have any thoughts in front of her, they would be courting death. Yi Xian. The Empyrean fairy flew across the sky and appeared directly in front of Yi Xian. She shook his body continuously, hoping to wake Yi Xian up from his coma. Master, Yi Xian has already won. Disciple earnestly requests that you. The Empyrean fairy said anxiously. Clearly, Yi Xian's injuries were too severe. She hoped that Nuwa would announce the end of this event so that she could quickly heal Yi Xian. Unfortunately, before the Empyrean fairy could finish her words, Saint Nuwa's voice rang out from all directions in the starry sky. However, when the Empyrean fairy heard it, she was stunned and stood rooted to the ground like a clay puppet. The outcome has not been decided. Yi Xian has not won yet. Just a simple sentence from Nuwa caused the heavens and the earth to fall deathly silent, and it even caused the eyes of all the experts in the surroundings to be filled with shock. They didn't know exactly what Nuwa meant by those words. Yi Xian. Suddenly, a furious roar that could shatter stars erupted in the starry sky. Terrifying streaks of light crisscrossed through the starry sky. The strands of chaotic light were so dazzling that they were unable to open their eyes. A speck of golden light condensed in the starry sky. Eventually, there was a shocking explosion, and an extremely terrifying figure condensed in the starry sky. The myriad poison ancestor. Outside, the rock demon roared out in fright. He struggled to believe his eyes. It was not just the rock demon. The Yellow Springs Taoist, the Ghost Emperor Shentu, the Immortal Elder of the South Pole, and even the ancient Grand Shaman, the Sword Demon, were all stunned speechless. Their gazes towards the myriad poison ancestor were filled with extreme shock. The various heavens execution experts were thrown into an uproar. The Empyrean fairy's eyes were dazed. Only when the myriad poison ancestor made his way towards the primal chaos hall did the Empyrean fairy snap back to her senses. Impossible. Why, you're clearly dead already. Why? The Empyrean fairy murmured with a trembling voice. Clearly, she was unable to accept this reality. Dead? The myriad poison ancestor was enveloped in chaotic light, so his might as a quasi-saint was on full display. He looked at the unconscious Yi Xian with extremely terrifying killing intent. Even his eyes had become scarlet like blood, which demonstrated just how furious he was. As long as the true spirit exists, quasi-saints will never die. The myriad poison ancestor roared out viciously. He made his way towards the unconscious Yi Xian step by step. When he raised his hand, boundless holy light erupted, and devastating ripples permeated the surroundings. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot in a single stroke so that he could never reincarnate. It was no wonder that the myriad poison ancestor was so furious. Extreme killing intent rose up in his heart. As a mighty quasi-saint, he had actually been beaten to death by Yi Xian. If it were not for the fact that he had become a quasi-saint and developed a bit of true spirit, he really would have been obliterated by Yi Xian. Although the myriad poison ancestor had been reborn through his true spirit, the damage that Yi Xian had inflicted on him earlier was far too great. He had even destroyed the foundation of his way, making it impossible for him to become a saint for the rest of his life. His cultivation would forever remain at early quasi-saint, which was even worse than killing him. By now, the myriad poison ancestor had already lost his mind. His hatred for Yi Xian had reached the limit. His only thought right now was to kill Yi Xian and refine Yi Xian's soul day and night, making him live in eternal pain. Only then could he resolve the endless hatred in his heart. By destroying the foundation of his way, he had severed the myriad poison ancestor's path to becoming a saint. How could the myriad poison ancestor spare Yi Xian from a grievance as great as this? Rumble. A strand of holy light descended from the 9 heavens, directly taking the Empyrean fairy away from Yi Xian's side. When the Empyrean fairy reappeared, she was already standing beside the Empress Nuwa. "Master, please save him." The Empyrean fairy knelt down as her eyes became watery. She constantly kowtowed towards Nuwa, as she knew that the only person who could save Yi Xian's life right now was Nuwa. Otherwise, Yi Xian would definitely die a miserable death at the hands of the myriad poison ancestor. Chapter 578. In the cycle of the heavenly Tao, there is life and death. If Yi Xian really dies, this is his own fate, Nuwa said calmly, showing no intention of saving him. "Master." Hearing Goddess Nviwa's words, a line of clear tears flowed from the eyes of Goddess Nviwa. However, before she could continue to plead, Goddess Nviwa had already fixed her to the side, and she could not even make a sound. "Yi Xian, are you really the 7th heaven's destined saint?" Nuwa murmured, a trace of doubt flashing across her eyes. In fact, from the beginning to the end, the so-called Nuwa Palace Grand Gathering was more like a test for Yi Xian by sage Nuwa. This was because Nuwa had always guessed that Yi Xian was very likely to be the 7th heaven's destined saint. If he really was the heaven's destined saint, he would definitely be able to survive in the hands of a pre-saint. This was because the heavenly Tao would definitely not let him die in vain at the hands of a pre-saint and would even leave him with a glimmer of hope. However, if Yi Xian was not the 7th heaven's destined saint, then it would not matter if he was killed by a pre-saint. This could also be said to be Sage Nuwa's plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The thoughts of a saint were unfathomable and no one knew Nuwa's true thoughts. However, Nuwa constantly sensed the changes in the heavenly Tao. This was because only when the heavenly Tao gave a glimmer of hope that Yi Xian would be able to survive in the hands of a pre-saint. This glimmer of hope could be the tribulation of a pre-saint or the thunder of heavenly punishment. It could even be arranged for another pre-saint to appear and save Yi Xian. This was the glimmer of hope that the heavenly Tao left for Yi Xian. It could also indirectly prove that he was the 7th heaven's destined saint. Unfortunately, when Nuwa sensed the changes in the heavenly Tao, she did not sense any changes in the heavenly Tao, let alone leave any chance for Yi Xian. Sigh. A sliver of disappointment flashed through Nuwa's eyes, and she let out a long sigh, as the myriad poison ancestor had already sent a palm strike towards Yi Xian in the field of chaos. However, even when Yi Xian was about to die, the heavenly Tao did not give Yi Xian any chance of survival. This also allowed Nuwa to understand that Yi Xian was not the 7th saint of heaven's ordained. If he was not a saint, then he was an ant. Since the heavenly Tao had not manifested any vitality, Yi Xian was no longer fated to be a saint. In the eyes of the Nuwa, his life and death were no different from that of an ant. She once again regained her calm and tranquil state of mind. Suddenly, Nuwa cried out in surprise, as the myriad poison ancestor did not kill Yi Xian. Instead, he suddenly froze on the spot for no reason, like he had turned into a clay puppet. What's going on? Nua's expression changed slightly. She extended her slender fingers and constantly formed seals to divine the changes in the heavenly secrets, but the heavenly Tao did not change at all. Everything continued to operate according to its normal trajectory. No, there's something strange. Invulnerable to all techniques and tribulations. Nua was one of the 6 saints of the world. She could be described as the strongest existence, but no matter how she divined the changes in the heavenly Tao, there was no reaction at all. Why had the myriad poison ancestor suddenly stopped and not killed Yi Xian? Bewildered and uncertain, her heart wavered. This was what Nua was currently thinking. She stopped divining. Instead, she gazed at the field of chaos, hoping to discover why the myriad poison ancestor had not killed Yi Xian. In the field of chaos, the myriad poison ancestor stood where he was like a clay statue. Even his eyes were frozen. Only droplets of cold sweat constantly appeared on his forehead. It was not that the myriad poison ancestor did not want to kill Yi Xian. Instead, when he was about to kill Yi Xian, an indescribable fear appeared in his mind, directly freezing him where he was. It was as if a great, terrifying existence was looking down on him from beyond the chaos, preventing him from making any rash movements. Thump. Suddenly, in the starry sky, perhaps the Empress Nua discovered something. She extended a slender finger, and a streak of light directly descended on the myriad poison ancestor. It also lightened the myriad poison ancestor's body, allowing him to return to normal. Die. The myriad poison ancestor was not stupid. When he sensed the will of the Saint Nua, his face became vicious and terrifying. He swung his hand towards Yi Xian's forehead. If the strike landed, Yi Xian would definitely die. Thump. 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 Suddenly, a series of gentle footsteps rang out in the starry sky, immediately freezing the myriad poison ancestor where he was again. Even the space there had stopped moving. It was not just the myriad poison ancestor. The various great cultivators were all frozen as well. Even their thoughts had stopped. Wrong, it wasn't these people who were frozen. Instead, it was the time of the entire world that had stopped. Look, the great stars that had been rotating without end had all stopped moving. The waves in the vast sea of stars had also stopped moving. This completely proved that time and space in this world were no longer rotating. The only person who was unaffected was the Saint Nua who resided high in the starry sky. However, at this moment, Saint Nua's expression changed drastically. Her body, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly stood up. She looked at the starry sky in all directions, and there was an extremely shocked expression in her eyes. There was also an indescribable sense of nervousness. Space and time had frozen, and the great Tao had not manifested. Even though Nua was a saint, she had never heard of something like this. This had completely exceeded her imagination, so how could she not be shocked? Swish. 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 Like the flow of the river of time, like the flow of time was reversing, the sound of surging waves echoed in the surroundings. A river of time appeared in the starry sky of luminous brilliance. A blurry figure seemed to have reversed the river of time, walking from the future to the present. Crossing the barrier of space and reversing the river of time, the figure was lonely and bleak. The waves of time beneath his feet surged, directly sending him into the chaotic hall of enlightenment. He even stood beside Yi Xian. "Who are you, fellow?" Nua cried out in fright. She tried her best to control her fear, but her trembling voice betrayed her nervousness. Throughout the ages, the great Tao walks alone. Today's karma has already been born. He will definitely settle this with you in the future, the mysterious figure said. He glanced at Nua indifferently before looking at the unconscious Yi Xian silently. A smear of sorrow flashed through his eyes. The path of heaven is difficult to traverse, and all things are buried and destroyed. You and I share the same origin, so can you transcend? The mysterious figure murmured. He did not seem to have done anything, but the myriad poison ancestor had already been reduced to ashes, directly vanishing into space. It was as if he had never existed in this world. You've reversed the river of time and broken the world of the past and present. I will face a great tribulation in the future. Can you change the future in this life? The mysterious phantom smiled sadly. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Saint Nuwa. It was as if the so-called saint was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. When he stepped into the sky again, the reversed long river of time flowed down again, causing the mysterious phantom to disappear from the world. Rumble. In the starry sky of luminous brilliance, the great stars began to rotate once again. The boundless sea of stars surged. The thoughts of the various great masters suddenly returned, and the world began to operate once again. Only the Saint Nuwa remained in a daze in the depths of the starry sky. She seemed to have turned into a statue, without moving or saying anything. Chapter 579. The wheels of time revolved according to the unchanging laws of time. The oceans moved, and time passed. Legend had it that there was a long river in the world. This river was known as the River of Time, or it was also known as the River of Time and Space. It recorded everything that happened over time. Whether you were a mortal or a saint of the heavenly path, you would all be subjugated by the River of Time. Saints were invulnerable to all tribulations and techniques. They were supreme existences. However, even saints were unable to manipulate the River of Time, let alone have the ability to turn time and space upside down. This was because this had already surpassed the level of saints. It was an unimaginably great horror. Outside the 33rd heaven, the stars shone brightly in the sky and the sea of stars rumbled. Everything was moving according to its normal trajectory. However, the various great powers were perplexed and had a strange feeling in their hearts. It was as if they had missed out on some earth-shattering event, or as if they had forgotten some memory. This extremely strange feeling filled everyone's mind. Time stopped, space froze, and time and space were disrupted. The world was shattered. No one knew what had happened. However, when the various great abilities saw that the myriad poison ancestor was no longer in the chaotic site and that Yi Xian was still unconscious, all of them were shocked. Where's the myriad poison ancestor? Some people were surprised and doubtful, gazing into the distance in search of the myriad poison ancestor's whereabouts. His aura is gone, and there's no trace of him at all. What's going on? Some of the great abilities said with trembling voices. They had no idea why the myriad poison ancestor had vanished. The saint has taken action. Suddenly, the rock demon's face sank. He raised his head and looked at Nuwa in the starry sky. He just happened to see Nuwa enveloped in holy light, and her aura was currently pulsing chaotically. This sight naturally made the various great abilities look towards Nuwa. When they saw the saint's aura become chaotic, the starry sky suddenly fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes froze, and a smear of fear appeared in the depths of their eyes. Clearly, the various great abilities believed that the myriad poison ancestor had vanished for no reason because the saint had taken action and killed him. Otherwise, why would the myriad poison ancestor vanish so strangely? Moreover, they had clearly witnessed Yi Xian dying a miserable death at the hands of the myriad poison ancestor earlier. If it weren't for the saints saving Yi Xian, how was Yi Xian supposed to survive? Unfortunately, no one knew that Yi Xian's survival had nothing to do with Nuwa. It was all thanks to the mysterious figure. It was also because of the appearance of the mysterious figure that Saint Nuwa was terrified to the extreme. Even now, she was still unable to calm down. Yi Xian. Suddenly, a surprised cry rang out. The Empyrean fairy swooped down and directly appeared beside Yi Xian. She was indescribably excited when she saw that Yi Xian was still alive. Yi Xian's eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The Empyrean fairy's face was reflected in his dazed eyes. Where am I? Yi Xian murmured. He felt like he had a dream, a very, very long dream. In the dream, he dreamt that he was about to die at the hands of the myriad poison ancestor. He was unwilling to accept this. He was furious. He wanted to wake up as soon as possible and continue his battle against the myriad poison ancestor, but he was completely powerless against the might of a quasi-saint. In the end, all he could do was wait for death helplessly. However, something startling happened. In Yi Xian's dream, when he was about to die, he suddenly became another person, a person he found both unfamiliar and extremely familiar at the same time. This person was omnipresent and eternal, as if he was the great terror of the eternal heavens. He had already surpassed all living things, which made Yi Xian's heart tremble. However, what made Yi Xian feel extremely strange was that he seemed to have become this person. His heart was filled with sorrow. He only remembered strolling along the river of time and saying a few strange things. After killing the myriad poison ancestor, he stepped onto the river of time again and left this world. Yi Xian was extremely doubtful. This was not him, but a voice in his heart told him that this person really was him. This extremely strange feeling made Yi Xian think bitterly in his dream, but he failed to find the answer he wanted in the end. When the Empyrean fairy's voice rang out, Yi Xian returned from his dream. However, when he opened his eyes, he was not dead. The myriad poison ancestor had truly vanished, as if the dream was real. This made Yi Xian frown slightly. His eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Yi Xian, quickly thank Master. She was the one who saved your life. Seeing Yi Xian wake up, the Empyrean fairy spoke to Yi Xian excitedly with a flushed face. This also made Yi Xian dismiss his surprise and bewilderment. He raised his head and looked at Nuwa in the starry sky. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not thank her at all. He stared at the Saint Nuwa in the starry sky in a daze, as the person who saved him in his dream was not Nuwa, but someone he found extremely familiar. It was also because of this person's appearance that the Saint Nuwa became extremely frightened. Do you see him? Suddenly, Yi Xian asked gently. He stared straight at the Empress Nuwa, as if Yi Xian wanted to confirm whether he was dreaming or not. Only Nuwa could give him an answer to this. The gathering is over. Yi Xian has emerged victorious. All of you can leave. In the starry sky, the Empress Nuwa did not answer Yi Xian's question. Her voice was indifferent and calm, but if Yi Xian could see Nuwa's face, he would definitely discover in surprise that Nuwa's face was extremely pale. Even her lips trembled gently. Rumble. The starry sky of the immensity sea changed. When Nuwa's voice rang out, the world there suddenly changed. All the great masters vanished, and the chaotic halls of Tao that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers vanished without a trace. Empyrean fairy, bring him to the Nuwa palace to see me. The empress hurriedly left, but when she returned to the Nuwa palace, her trembling voice reverberated throughout the starry sky. This caused Yi Xian to narrow his eyes. He had already discovered that something was wrong with this saint's mood. Could this not be a dream? Yi Xian murmured to himself. The aura around him was slightly stifled. Yi Xian, quickly come with me to see Master. Don't let her wait for too long. The Empyrean fairy did not notice the change in Nuwa. She only thought that Nuwa had saved Yi Xian's life. Yi Xian must have been the seventh saint of the heavenly path. At this moment, he had to take care of Yi Xian. In the Nuwa palace. It was immeasurable and impenetrable. Chaotic light covered her body, and holy light rose slightly. The Empress Nuwa sat cross-legged in the void. Rumbling sounds of the Tao were faintly discernible in the void. This also revealed her supreme status as a saint of the heavenly path. The Empyrean fairy knelt in the Nuwa palace. Yi Xian stood beside the Empyrean fairy. Although the Empyrean fairy secretly tugged on the corner of Yi Xian's clothes to make him kneel, she did not make Yi Xian kneel at all. Chapter 580. Not bowing or kneeling in front of the saint could be said to be disrespectful to the saint, but the Nuwa did not say anything. It was as if she had tacitly approved of Yi Xian's attitude. Today, Yi Xian has won. Empyrean fairy, you can marry him. After you become the queen mother, you must mother the 3 realms. You must not be unruly and willful. The Nuwa's holy voice rumbled. It also made the Empyrean fairy kowtow to her. However, her beautiful face flushed red. Empyrean fairy, you may leave. I have something to say to Yi Xian. Yes, master. The Empyrean fairy stood up and left. Before she left, she gave Yi Xian a subtle look. It was as if she was telling Yi Xian not to be rude in front of the saint. Rumble. When the Empyrean fairy left the Nuwa palace, the open door closed with a rumble. Only Yi Xian and the Nuwa were left in the Nuwa palace. An extremely oppressive atmosphere quietly appeared. It also made the entire Nuwa palace extremely quiet. After a full 10 breaths of time, neither of them spoke first. However, the oppressive atmosphere became even heavier. However, Yi Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of fear as he looked directly at the Saint Nuwa in the air. Yi Xian, you are so rude to look directly at me. Suddenly, the chaotic light around the Nuwa palace dissipated. An indescribable face appeared. When this face was reflected in Yi Xian's eyes, it made Yi Xian's soul tremble. In that instant, he fell into a trance. Yi Xian asked himself. The most beautiful woman he had ever met was the Moon Fairy. The Moon Fairy's beauty could be said to be the best in the 3 realms. Even the Empyrean fairy paled in comparison. However, when Yi Xian saw Nuwa's face, it made his soul tremble. A trace of intoxication appeared in his eyes. If not for the eternal primordial spirit shaking in his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian was afraid that he would have woken up from Nuwa's face. Nuwa was not devastatingly beautiful. Her beauty could not be described with words. Yi Xian could not describe what it was like, but Yi Xian was certain that no matter who saw Nuwa's face, they would fall head over heels for her. Unfortunately, Yi Xian walked the path of becoming a saint through strength. He cultivated the way of emotionlessness. Furthermore, he had seen the Moon Fairy's beauty before. Nuwa's soul-stirring appearance only made him fall into a trance for a moment. However, he recovered in an instant. You're very beautiful. Yi Xian sighed in admiration. How dare you? Nuwa frowned when she heard Yi Xian's words. Her voice was cold and holy light circulated around her as if she wanted to teach Yi Xian a lesson. Clearly, as a saint, no one had dared to speak to her like that. Yi Xian's words were simply disrespectful to her. However, when Nuwa thought of the mysterious figure, her eyes trembled slightly. In the end, she did not attack Yi Xian. The holy light around her slowly dissipated and she returned to her usual calm state. Tell me, who is he? Nuwa said calmly. However, her voice trembled slightly, proving that her heart was not calm. You saw him? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. His eyes deepened because he was completely sure from Nuwa's words that he was not dreaming. What had happened was real. Tell me, who is he? Is he your master? Nuwa stood up in the air and strolled towards Yi Xian. Her beautiful eyes were like the stars in the sky. She hoped Yi Xian could give her a reasonable answer. Up close, her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Nuwa gave off a certain fragrance. It was a faint bodily fragrance, which also enchanted Yi Xian slightly, but he still woke up very quickly. Sure enough, it wasn't you who saved me. If it weren't for his appearance, I probably would have died to the myriad poison ancestors' hands. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the dream, Yi Xian finally understood that the person who had saved him was not Nuwa, but the mysterious figure. This also made his gaze towards Nuwa become rather cold. Yi Xian was not stupid. The opening of the gathering in Nuwa's palace and the appearance of the quasi-saint could be described as Nuwa finding a husband for the Empyrean fairy, but it was better described as a test for him. This was because Yi Xian knew that there was still one final saint's position in the world. The opening of the gathering was Nuwa testing whether he was the seventh saint of heaven's will or not. If Yi Xian won, it would also prove that Yi Xian was the seventh saint of heaven's will. However, if Yi Xian died to the hands of the quasi-saint, it would also prove that Yi Xian was not the saint of heaven's will. If he died, then so be it. Nuwa would show no mercy at all. This was because he could tell from how the myriad poison ancestor had attacked him in the end that Nuwa had never wanted to save him. If it were not for the appearance of the mysterious figure, he really would have died and vanished beyond the 33rd heaven. How would he have the opportunity to talk to Nuwa right now? This was karma, as well as an evil consequence that was neither major nor minor. It was just like what the mysterious figure had said to Nuwa when he appeared. The karma of today has already been born. He will definitely settle it with you in the future. What was sowed today would be repaid in the future. Right now, Yi Xian was only a grand immortal, while Nuwa was a great saint. Right now, she still could not tell how terrifying the power of karma between the two of them was. However, once Yi Xian became a saint, the karma of the past would definitely be settled. This was also the karma between saints. It could be described as extremely terrifying, and it would manifest itself in the future. Although Nuwa understood this as well, it had already happened. Even if she wanted to salvage the situation, it was already too late. Moreover, whether Yi Xian was the seventh saint of heaven's will or not had not been decided yet, so she temporarily set this matter aside. Right now, Nuwa's only thought was to know who the mysterious figure was. This was because from the moment that person appeared to the moment he left, Nuwa was unable to find out his origins no matter how she divined. Moreover, the mysterious figure was actually able to manipulate something as legendary as the River of Time, so how could Nuwa not be utterly terrified? As everyone knew, Pangu split open the heavens and Hongjun passed down the path. Ever since the primordial times, Hongjun had merged with the path and completed the incomplete heavenly path. There were only 7 saints in the world. The 3 purities, the 2 saints of the west, and Nuwa occupied 6 saints. Only the last one remained empty. However, the appearance of the mysterious figure had broken this iron law, as Nuwa could completely sense that the mysterious figure was definitely a saint as well, or it was extremely likely for him to have surpassed saints. What were existences that had surpassed saints? Nuwa had no way of knowing. Could he be comparable to ancestor Hongjun? Nuwa also had no way of knowing. She did not know why such a figure would appear in the world. Moreover, the manifestation of the River of Time had allowed her to see the existence of such a legendary thing. She wanted to go to the Purple Cloud Palace and ask ancestor Hongjun, who had disappeared since ancient times. Perhaps only he knew the origin of the mysterious figure. However, there was no trace of the Purple Cloud Palace, and ancestor Hongjun had already merged with the heavenly path. Unless ancestor Hongjun himself appeared, the 6 great saints would not be able to see ancestor Hongjun. At this moment, perhaps the only person who could answer her question was Yi Xian in front of her, because the mysterious figure had appeared for Yi Xian. If he had not appeared, Yi Xian would have died long ago. Chapter 581. I don't know who he is. Yi Xian spat out a simple sentence. He did not hide anything, and there was no need to lie, because Yi Xian really did not know who this mysterious figure was. Although he felt that the mysterious silhouette was extremely familiar and had an extremely shocking guess that perhaps this mysterious silhouette was him, if Yi Xian were to say such a thing, even he himself wouldn't be able to believe it. Even you don't know who he is? Nuwa muttered to herself. She did not think that Yi Xian was lying, because she could completely see from Yi Xian's eyes that Yi Xian was not lying to her. Everything was silent, and everything was silent. The two of them stood in Nuwa's palace in silence. After 2 hours, Nuwa's fluctuating sacred light finally calmed down. A wisp of chaotic light once again covered her, and she once again sat cross-legged in the void. Through the sacred light, she looked at Yi Xian with an indifferent gaze once again. Yi Xian, you are the celestial emperor of the 3 realms. Since you have emerged victorious in this grand event, I can betroth the mystic maiden to you. But you must remember that you and the mystic maiden are the celestial emperor and mother of the celestial emperor. In the future, you must treat the 3 realms kindly, and you must not kill lightly. You may leave. Nuwa's sacred voice rumbled, and her body once again displayed the might of a saint. This also made Yi Xian smile slightly, and he turned to walk out of Nuwa's palace. Yi Xian understood this principle very well. Even though Nuwa had used this grand event to test him, and used him as a chess piece, he could only endure, because his cultivation level was not high enough to resist a saint. However, Yi Xian was not dispirited, nor was he discouraged. Although he could not speak to Nuwa on an equal footing today, he remembered the karma that had formed in his heart. When the day came that he became a saint, sooner or later, he would find Nuwa to settle today's matter. Rumble. The door to Nuwa's palace opened, and Yi Xian slowly walked towards the outside world. However, his entire body emitted an indescribable aura. This aura contained an aura that would never admit defeat, and it also contained a trace of loneliness. There was also an indescribable aura hidden within it, causing his back to become somewhat unfathomable. Impossible. Suddenly, when Nuwa looked at Yi Xian's departing figure, an extremely horrified look flashed across her eyes. Her originally majestic and unmoving figure trembled uncontrollably as she cried out in horror in her mind. What did Nuwa see? Yi Xian's back was the same, and he had the same temperament. Apart from the lack of loneliness and sorrow, Yi Xian's back was extremely similar to the mysterious phantom. How could Nuwa not be moved? Rumble. The door to the Nuwa palace closed quickly. However, no one knew that in the saint's dojo, the chaotic light around Nuwa was in disorder. The terrifying holy light rippled in all directions, and she fell into an extremely sluggish state. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can there be 2 identical people in the world? Nuwa trembled and cried out softly. She could not believe her own judgment. Her rosy face turned pale, and she kept pinching her fingers to calculate Yi Xian's future. However, what she saw was a fog. Reversing the long river of time, returning from the future to the present, and having 2 of himself appear at the same time in the same time and space was simply nonsense. It was also a huge joke. If such a thing really happened, the way of heaven would collapse, and all things would be buried. The 6 paths of reincarnation would cease to exist, and the laws of time and space would completely collapse. This was an extreme horror, and also a horror that could bury the world. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Nuwa's forehead. When she thought of such a legendary thing, her body and mind trembled to the extreme. However, she had a huge question in her heart. If the mysterious phantom was really Yi Xian's future, then why didn't such a great horror appear? Nuwa could not understand and did not dare to think about it. This was the state of mind that Nuwa was in at the moment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This mysterious phantom is definitely not Yi Xian's future. If he is really Yi Xian's future body, when 2 of him appear at the same time in the same time and space, the way of heaven will definitely collapse. Even a saint will fall. Nuwa trembled as she murmured. She finally came to a conclusion. Just as she said, the mysterious phantom that appeared was definitely not Yi Xian's future body. She was absolutely certain of her conclusion. However, was it really as Nuwa thought? Was the appearance of the mysterious phantom really another person? No one knew the real answer. When would this mystery be solved? Perhaps it would also appear in the future. Wandering through the starry skies, the stars twinkled. The boundless sea of stars churned, and large stars rotated. Yi Xian did not know that after he left, Niuwa's mood had changed. He only knew that the karma between him and Niuwa had been formed. When he became a saint, he would definitely find Niuwa to settle today's karma. Yi Xian. Outside the Niuwa palace, the Empyrean fairy had been waiting for Yi Xian for a long time. When she saw Yi Xian walk out of the Niuwa palace, she immediately rode a magic cloud towards Yi Xian. From now on, you are this emperor's wife, and you will become the queen mother of the celestial court. When we return to the celestial court, this emperor will invite the powerhouses of the three realms to a banquet. We will choose a date to complete our marriage. Let's go. Yi Xian said calmly. He directly pulled the Empyrean fairy's slender hand and turned into a stream of light, heading towards the three realms. Flickering light and passing shadows, the world shuttled back and forth. When Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy left the 33rd heaven, the two of them entered the endless clouds as well. The Empyrean fairy bit her lip gently as she followed behind Yi Xian. Something called feelings silently rose up in the Empyrean fairy's heart. The three realms were boundless. Within the endless clouds, Yi Xian's immortal light flowed, except his aura was extremely weak. The Empyrean fairy followed beside him silently, shrouding the two of them with the light of the great firmament from time to time. Yi Xian had experienced a battle between saints in the Niuwa Grand Gathering. Although the myriad poison ancestor had been slain by the mysterious figure in the end, Yi Xian was currently heavily injured. His cultivation had been reduced to less than a tenth. He urgently needed to return to the celestial court to heal. This was also when he was at his weakest. Congratulations to Yi Tiandi on marrying the Empyrean fairy. I'm impressed. Suddenly, the space shook and immortal light erupted. A figure silently blocked Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy's path, which made Yi Xian's eyes darken. Cold killing intent flickered through the bottom of his eyes as he looked at the person who had come. The immortal elder of the South Pole. Yi Xian said each word clearly. His voice was cold and deep. He wore moon-white robes, had white hair, and a white beard. He gave off the bearing of an immortal. Who else could he be but the immortal elder of the South Pole? Ever since the grand gathering in the Niuwa Palace had ended, the immortal elder of the South Pole had been waiting here since a long time ago, as he knew Yi Xian would definitely return to the celestial court from here. This was also the best opportunity for him to kill Yi Xian. Of course, the immortal elder of the South Pole knew his limits very well. If Yi Xian was in peak condition, he obviously would not be bold enough to kill Yi Xian, as he was absolutely certain that he was not Yi Xian's opponent in peak condition. However, the immortal elder of the South Pole also knew that Yi Xian was currently heavily injured from his battle with the myriad poison ancestor. He was completely unable to put up a fight, so this was the best opportunity for him to kill him. Perhaps some people would ask, why is the immortal elder of the South Pole so bold as to kill Yi Xian? Is he not afraid of the Tongtian's fury? Is he not afraid of the Empyrean fairy reporting this to Niuwa? The answer was, no. Who was the immortal elder of the South Pole? He was the final disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, as well as the vice leader of the School of Enlightenment. After all, the School of Enlightenment had already been at odds with Yi Xian a long time ago. If he could kill Yi Xian while he was heavily injured, then he would have made a great contribution. Moreover, he had Yuanshi Tianzuan behind him, which was enough to fend off the fury of the other saints. This was also why the immortal elder of the South Pole was bold enough to kill Yi Xian. Chapter 582. The immortal elder of the South Pole was in existence at the 9th heavenly layer of Grand Immortal. Even among the Daoyuo Jingxian, he stood at the very apex. He was definitely a figure that could be revered as an ancestor. Both his background and heritage were extraordinary. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, possessing an otherworldly bearing. Although the immortal elder of the South Pole gave off the feeling of a benevolent great immortal, he could be described as extremely vicious to his enemies. He definitely was not as kind as he seemed, or why would he wait here to kill Yi Xian? At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes sank. He knew his own situation very well. Right now, he was completely powerless to fight. Although the undying immortal scripture was extremely wondrous and the immortal body of Grand Immortal was even more terrifying, the battle with the myriad poison ancestor had already exhausted him. He was not the immortal elder of the South Pole's opponent at all. As for the Empyrean fairy beside him, she was only at the 7th heavenly layer of Grand Immortal. She could not stop the immortal elder of the South Pole at all. Immortal elder of the South Pole, what are you doing? The Empyrean fairy rebuked coldly. She was not a stupid woman, so she could obviously tell what the immortal elder of the South Pole was trying to do. This also made the Empyrean fairy panic. Empyrean fairy, I don't want to harm you, but Yi Xian has killed far too many disciples of my school of Chan. He must die today, the immortal elder of the South Pole said coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. You want to kill him? Have you asked for my permission? The immortal light of Grand Immortal suddenly surged as the Empyrean fairy rebuked coldly. The ancient mirror of Kunlun appeared. Clearly, the Empyrean fairy dared not be careless at all against a peak Grand Immortal like the immortal elder of the South Pole. She was even prepared to put her life on the line. Back down, Empyrean fairy. Suddenly, before the Empyrean fairy could do anything, Yi Xian took a step forward and directly blocked in front of the Empyrean fairy. This also made the Empyrean fairy's face change slightly, as she knew that Yi Xian was heavily injured. He was not the immortal elder of the South Pole's opponent at all. Yi Xian, you, stand down. Without waiting for the Empyrean fairy to speak, Yi Xian spoke calmly. Then, he looked at the South Pole immortal Wang and a strange smile appeared on his face. You want to kill me? Yi Xian asked darkly. What do you think? South Pole immortal Wang sneered, looking at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Aren't you afraid that if you can't kill me, I'll exterminate your entire Chanism? Yi Xian placed his hands behind his back, and his voice became calmer. However, a cruel and sinister look flashed across his eyes. Clearly, he was not just saying it. He had long thought of exterminating the Chan school. Ha! Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the South Pole immortal Wang laughed maniacally. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at an idiot. Yi Xian, do you think you have a chance to leave this place alive? Ha! Yi Xian laughed. However, his laughter was extremely strange. This had the South Pole immortal Wang stunned as well, wondering why Yi Xian was laughing. A worthy younger brother, are you still not coming out? Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice reverberated through the clouds as though he had already discovered the existence of someone. Xing! Ripples appeared in the air as they spread out. A golden light was born in the air, and a slender figure appeared as he looked at Yi Xian with a bitter smile. Rock Demon! The South Pole immortal Wang yelled out. That initially rosy face of his turned pale, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Big bro, you're seriously injured, and yet you can still sense the existence of little bro, I'm impressed. Rock Demon cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Xian. Cut the crap. Big bro can only rely on a worthy younger brother for this calamity. Consider this as me owing you a favor, Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian knew very well what kind of person Rock Demon was. Although the two hadn't known each other for long, Yi Xian knew that this guy was someone who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Regardless of why Rock Demon was waiting for him, he naturally knew what to do after making a promise to him. Rock Demon's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Xian's words. A hint of joy flashed through his eyes, and he pretended to grumble, Big bro, you must be joking. You and I are brothers. How can a worthy younger brother just stand by and watch when Big Bro is in trouble? After Rock Demon said that, he suddenly turned to look at the South Pole Immortal Wang. The smile on his face was no longer there, and a sinister smile had appeared on his lips. South Pole Immortal Wang, are you going to scram on your own, or do you want me to personally send you on your way? The South Pole Immortal Wang's face turned gloomy when he saw Rock Demon's interference. He said coldly, Rock Demon, you have to think this through. Helping Yi Xian today is going against my Chan school. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear this karma. Rock Demon's expression changed slightly when he heard the South Pole Immortal Wang's words. Clearly, he understood that the South Pole Immortal Wang was not joking. After all, he was a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan and had the backing of a saint. Although he could make Yi Xian owe him a favor by helping Yi Xian, it would also greatly offend the Chan school. Kill him. Just as Rock Demon was hesitating, Yi Xian's cold voice sounded from behind him. This caused Rock Demon's eyes to calm down. He abandoned the hesitation in his heart and his cultivation of the 9th level of the All-Heaven Immortal stage exploded forth. Damn you, Rock Demon. I'll remember this. I'll definitely settle this with you in the future. The old man of the South Pole angrily roared. He fiercely glared at the Rock Demon and directly flew away on a magic cloud. It was obvious that he didn't want to fight with the Rock Demon, so he could only give up on this excellent opportunity to kill Yi Xian. It was not that the South Pole Immortal Wang was afraid of Rock Demon, nor was it that he was weak. After all, both of them were existences at the 9th heavenly layer. He was also a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan and an orthodox Taoist great immortal. However, if he really fought Rock Demon, Yi Xian would definitely escape. This battle would be meaningless. Since Rock Demon had interfered and the South Pole Immortal Wang could not kill Yi Xian, there was naturally no need for him to stay. He could only leave on his cloud. At least you're aware of your own limitations. Rock Demon sneered as he watched the South Pole Immortal Wang leave. Then, he slowly walked towards Yi Xian with a fawning expression. Big brother. Yi Xian, be careful. That old fox Rock Demon is definitely not a good person, the Empyrean Fairy secretly transmitted. She was afraid that Rock Demon would launch a sneak attack on Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the Empyrean Fairy did not know that. She said that Rock Demon was not a good person, but she might have forgotten that Yi Tiandi, the man she was about to marry, was not a good person either. He was an extremely cruel person. A worthy younger brother, you did well. Why don't you return to the Celestial Court with me? Yi Xian was not on guard at all. Instead, a kind smile appeared on his face. He even patted Rock Demon's shoulder affectionately, as if he really treated him as a brother. How could I refuse Big Brother's invitation? Rock Demon replied with a fawning smile. All right. Yi Xian's face was full of smiles as he looked at Rock Demon's harmless appearance. Then, the three of them set off together and returned to the 33rd level of the Heavenly Court. With Rock Demon's protection, Yi Xian's return to the Celestial Court was extremely smooth. However, a few people with ulterior motives had all hidden away. Clearly, Yi Xian's Heavenfall halberd had attracted the greed of many great masters. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos and take advantage of the situation. However, Rock Demon's appearance completely cut them off. In just a few days, Yi Xian's group of 3 had already seen the vast scenery of the 33rd heaven. Chapter 583. In front of the southern heavenly gate. The 4 heavenly kings were stationed here, and there were even heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals patrolling the area. When Yi Xian and the other 2 quietly appeared in front of the southern heavenly gate, the expressions of the 4 heavenly kings changed slightly. Just as they were about to berate them, they saw Yi Xian's appearance, causing them to retract their words. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. The four heavenly kings hurriedly bowed with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Yi Xian was covered in blood, clearly having experienced an unimaginable battle. What made the four heavenly kings even more bewildered was that the man and woman beside Yi Xian were both emitting zenith heaven immortal light, giving them a pressure that was as heavy as mountains and seas. Gather the immortals for a meeting at Lingxiao Hall. Yi Xian didn't waste any words as he directly crossed the southern gate of heaven and headed towards the Lingxiao Hall. Rock Demon and the 9 Heavens Maiden quickly followed. The 4 heavenly kings bowed and received their orders. They even rang the 81 bells, causing the 33 heavenly courts to completely move. Bullfighting Palace, Lingxiao Hall. The celestial court was shaken by the dazzling light. When Yi Xian returned to the celestial court, the 33 courts were completely mobilized. Countless immortals from all over the celestial court hurried to Lingxiao Hall. Inside Lingxiao Hall, Yi Xian didn't change out of his blood-red clothes and just sat on the heavenly emperor's throne. Rock Demon and the 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden stood on his left and right. When the various immortals entered the Lingxiao Hall one after another, everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Celestial Emperor, is this Her Highness Empyrean Fairy? Shen Gongbao first bowed to Yi Xian, then looked at the Empyrean Fairy in surprise. Clearly, this was what the immortals of the celestial court wanted to say. Qi. Yi Xian threw the celestial extinguishing sword into Shen Gongbao's hand. Then, Yi Xian said, I've successfully brought the Empyrean Fairy back to the Niwa Palace. From today onwards, you can call the Empyrean Fairy the Queen Mother. I'll marry the Mystic Fairy on a certain date, and I'll invite mighty figures from all over the 3 realms. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the immortals of the celestial court were overjoyed. They bowed to Yi Xian and the Empyrean Fairy and chanted the names of the celestial emperor and empress, causing the entire Lingxiao Hall to rumble. Celestial Emperor, this fellow Taoist is? Shen Gongbao asked. Obviously, the identity of the Empyrean Fairy had been made clear. However, Rock Demon was not recognized by Shen Gongbao and the others. Ha! Without waiting for Yi Xian's introduction, Rock Demon laughed loudly. Then, he cupped his hands to the celestial court immortals and said, Taoist Rock Demon greets fellow Taoists of the celestial court. Hiss! When Rock Demon's words fell, the Lingxiao Hall suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of gasps could be heard. Although they did not know Rock Demon, they had heard of his legend. Taoist Rock Demon was a terrifying existence at the 9th heavenly layer of Daluo. He was definitely a revered figure in the 3 realms. Moreover, he was a figure comparable to Mahamayuri. How could the people of the celestial court not know of him? Greetings, Senior Rock Demon. Shen Gongbao bowed. This caused the others to quickly wake up and express their respect to Rock Demon. This was because standing before them was a figure at the 9th heavenly layer of Daluo. He was not someone ordinary Daluo Jinxian like them could compare to. Rock Demon is a fellow Taoist this emperor made friends with when he went to the Niwa Palace. He will temporarily stay in the celestial court for a period of time. I will bestow Rock Demon the unending palace as his training ground in the celestial court. Yi Xian calmly said. As you command, Celestial Emperor. Venus Taibai hurriedly agreed. Then, he smiled and nodded at Rock Demon. However, there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He could not understand why Yi Xian had subdued such a terrifying figure like Rock Demon. Of course, Venus Taibai did not dare to say anything. However, he was not the only one who had this question. The other immortals also had the same thought. When will the Celestial Emperor and the Queen Mother be married? We will send out invitations to inform the powerful figures of the 3 realms. Immortal Judge Sky stepped out from the crowd and bowed to Yi Xian. Immortal Judge Sky was in charge of the etiquette of the Celestial Court. He was also responsible for the wedding of the Celestial Emperor and the Queen Mother. He naturally had to ask for Yi Xian's opinion on such an important matter. 300 years later, this emperor and the mysterious maiden will be married at the Jade Lake. This will also be a grand occasion of the celestial court. Yi Xian said softly. Immortal Judge Sky bowed and left the Lingxiao Hall. Clearly, he wanted to write a decree of the celestial court to inform the three realms. He also wanted to send out many invitations to the various powers of the three realms. After all, the celestial court was nominally the ruler of the three realms. The wedding of the celestial emperor and the queen mother was no small matter. Mysterious maiden, from now on, your dojo will be the Jade Lake sacred ground. As the queen mother of the celestial court, you will be the queen mother of the three realms. During this time, you can also learn more about the celestial court. When this emperor comes out of seclusion in 300 years, you and I will be married, Yi Xian said solemnly. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Empyrean fairy nodded. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. However, she was secretly delighted like a young girl. A worthy younger brother Ping Demon, stay in the unending hall for now. Once this emperor comes out of seclusion, we'll talk again in detail. Go ahead and enter seclusion, big brother. If anyone dares to make trouble for the celestial court, I'll definitely make sure they don't leave alive. The Ping Demon clasped his hands. All right. Then I'll be troubling a worthy younger brother for this period of time, Yi Xian smiled. Half a day passed. Yi Xian explained a few things to the immortals of the celestial court. He even told the Empyrean fairy and the Ping Demon that they could ask Venus Tai Bai to take care of anything. Only then did the meeting in the Lingxiao Hall come to an end. Rumble. The entrance to the bullfighting palace closed with a rumble. Under the respectful gazes of the immortals, Yi Xian vanished from the bullfighting palace. Clearly, after his battle with the myriad poison ancestor, he was going into seclusion to heal. He would only emerge from the bullfighting palace again in 300 years. In the bullfighting palace, Yi Xian sat with his legs crossed as the undying immortal scripture circulated rapidly in his body. The immortal light of the great firmament surged gently around him. Clearly, he was repairing his wounds. Huff. A stream of foul air exhaled, and Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. Although he could heal extremely quickly with the assistance of the 9 cycles golden pill and the peach of immortality, it would still take him a century at the very least. This demonstrated just how heavily injured Yi Xian had been in the battle with the myriad poison ancestor. As long as the true spirit exists, half-saints will never die. Yi Xian murmured. He thought about what the myriad poison ancestor had said in the Nuwa palace, and a smear of sternness appeared in the bottom of his eyes. The myriad poison ancestor has only just become a half-saint, yet his cultivation is already so terrifying. Then wouldn't the half-saints who have lived for countless years be unimaginably powerful? Yi Xian let out a long sigh. He felt extremely pressured. Just like how one knew one's own matters best. Although the myriad poison ancestor had been reduced to ashes in the grand gathering of the Nuwa palace, Yi Xian knew his limits. He had not personally killed the myriad poison ancestor, but the mysterious figure. Even when he used the 7 slaughtering halberds of the chaotic heavens, he only managed to shatter the myriad poison ancestor's body. As a half-saint, as long as a sliver of the myriad poison ancestor's true spirit remained, he would still be reborn, which almost killed him. Chapter 584. Yi Xian had used all of his trump cards in this battle, whether it was the Tribulation Immortal Transformation or the Immortal Defying Formation. In the end, he even used the greatest killing artifact of all time, the Heaven-Slaying Halberd. However, against the myriad poison ancestor who had just become a quasi-saint, Yi Xian knew he had still lost. A single glance was enough to tell the whole picture. Even the myriad poison ancestor who had just become a quasi-saint was so terrifying, so just how terrifying were the other quasi-saints? According to Yi Xian's knowledge, quasi-saints were also divided into superior and inferior. They were on a completely different level of existence from immortals. As everyone knew, there were 7 saints in the world. 6 saints stood high above the 9 heavens, leaving only the final saint seat empty. However, the 6 saints all became saints through virtue. Only Hongjun, who had fused with the Tao, walked the path of severing the 3 corpses. Below saints were quasi-saints. Everyone in the 3 realms knew about this realm. However, the divide between quasi-saints was extremely great. Every single realm was like a chasm between heaven and earth. For example, the myriad poison ancestor had only just become a quasi-saint. He had only just grasped the laws of the world, and he could mobilize the might of the world for his own use. He could even change the world and use immeasurable abilities. And, because he had become a quasi-saint, he had developed a bit of true spirit that only quasi-saints possessed. The so-called true spirit was something unique to quasi-saints, and it was also the foundation of quasi-saints. Just like what the myriad poison ancestor had said, as long as the true spirit existed, quasi-saints would never die. However, the true spirit was also the weakest. Although it could help quasi-saints reform their bodies and revive them, there was a limit to it. It would also cause irreparable damage to the foundation of their great Tao, which could be seen from how Yi Xian had shattered the myriad poison ancestor's body. Perhaps some people believed this was the realm of quasi-saints. They were completely wrong. The truly terrifying aspect of quasi-saints was the severing of the Tao, which was also commonly known as severing the 3 corpses to become a saint. This was also the path that all quasi-saints had to take to become saints. The difference between quasi-saints was also highlighted through the severing of the 3 corpses. As mentioned before, apart from Tao Father Hongjun, who had fused with the Tao and walked the severing the 3 corpses to become a saint, the 6 saints of the world had all become saints through virtue. The 7th saint had yet to be found, but if he had become a saint through virtue, coupled with primordial qi and the fate of the heavenly Tao, he should have been able to become the final saint. If the 7th saint was born, then wouldn't the other saints have no chance of becoming a saint? Therefore, severing 3 corpses to become a saint had become the only path for all sage to be. This was also the only opportunity left by Tao ancestor Hongjun for all beings to become a saint. After all, Tao ancestor Hongjun had severed the 3 corpses to become a sage. This gave all the quasi-sages a glimmer of hope. The quasi-saint realm. For those who had just entered the sage-to-be realm, their physical bodies would be flawless and untainted by the mortal world. A little bit of true spirit would be born, and the true spirit would be perfectly combined with the physical body. This was also the first realm of the sage-to-be realm, which was also known as the untainted realm. The myriad poison ancestor was at this realm of cultivation. However, before he could fully master the untainted realm, he ran into the great anomaly that was Yi Xian. In the end, he was reduced to ashes. Only after reaching the large success stage of the stainless boundary would one's body and true spirit be perfect and flawless. Only then would one be able to step into the next boundary, and this boundary had caused the souls of countless quasi-sages to scatter and dissipate between heaven and earth. This realm was divided into 3 stages, which was the legendary method of severing 3 corpses to attain sainthood. Good corpse, evil corpse, self. This was the path of the severing 3 corpses. There was no distinction between the 3 realms, nor was there any difference between them. With every corpse severed, one's cultivation would undergo an extremely terrifying transformation. It was not something regular quasi-saints could compare to. For example, for a quasi-saint like the myriad poison ancestor, as long as one severed a corpse, killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. This was the difference between quasi-saints. For the severing 3 corpses, quasi-saints could choose which corpse to sever, but most people would choose to sever the evil corpse first, as severing the evil corpse was also the easiest obstacle. However, there were also people who severed the good corpse first. As everyone's cultivation was different, whether they severed the good corpse or the evil corpse first depended on the person. However, without any exception, the self was the most difficult to sever, as severing the self was equivalent to killing oneself. Apart from Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had successfully severed the 3 corpses, who knew how many quasi-saints had died in this obstacle since the creation of the world. Look at the Saint Lao Tzu. In the past, before he had reached sainthood, he had also taken the path of severing the 3 corpses to become a saint, but in the end, he was also stuck at the obstacle of severing the self. In the end, he could only become a saint through virtue. However, it was also because Lao Tzu had once taken the path of severing the 3 corpses that he had created a great ability that resounded through the 3 realms. It was called the 3 purities with 1 qi. The 3 purities were not the 3 purities. It was Lao Tzu's strongest ability, which allowed him to conjure 2 avatars to fight alongside him. It had even repelled Tong Tian in the War of Investitures of Gods, which demonstrated the terror of the 3 purities with 1 qi. Let's go off topic a little. Back to the severing 3 corpses. The 3 corpses sounded simple, but no one could tell how terrifying it was. Every single quasi-saint would experience the great terror of being on the brink of death when they severed a corpse. If they made a mistake, they would even face the danger of being reduced to ashes. However, if they could successfully sever a corpse, their cultivation would definitely improve drastically. This was also an insurmountable gap between quasi-saints. Unfortunately, ever since the creation of the world, there had been barely anyone who could sever a corpse, and the number of people who could sever 2 corpses of good and evil could be counted with 10 fingers. However, there had never been anyone who could sever 3 corpses to become a saint. This also demonstrated just how difficult the path of severing 3 corpses to become a saint was. In the grand meeting of the Niwa Palace, Yi Xian had fought the myriad poison ancestor. He had only just reached quasi-saint, not even reaching unsullied, let alone reaching severing 3 corpses. However, the myriad poison ancestor had given Yi Xian the threat of death. Understanding his own body and looking ahead, Yi Xian knew that sooner or later, he would have to face those quasi-saints who had stepped into the severing 3 corpses realm. With his current cultivation, he wouldn't be placed in the eyes of these quasi-saints. Let alone these quasi-saints who had severed 3 corpses, even those who had just reached quasi-saint were not existences he could stop. And Yi Xian had a feeling that the mysterious figure that had appeared in the grand meeting of the Niwa Palace could not save him every single time. There must have been a great reason for his appearance. He could not appear in this space-time at all times. If Yi Xian relied on the mysterious figure to save him every single time he faced life-threatening danger, he would call himself an idiot. Breathe in. Breathe in. Breathe in. Yi Xian suppressed his distraught thoughts and once again began to heal his heavily injured body. He knew that he was too far away from the quasi-saint realm, and that he was also walking the path of strength. Although he didn't know what kind of changes would happen when he stepped into the quasi-saint realm, he would definitely surpass these people who had killed 3 corpses to become saints. Of course, since the path of killing 3 corpses to become a saint was already so rugged, the method that Yi Xian used to prove his Tao wouldn't be simple. He was afraid that when he stepped into the quasi-saint realm, he would face an unimaginably terrifying calamity. Yi Xian continued to heal, but he also constantly examined himself. He also saw his shortcomings from the battle with the myriad poison ancestor. Although he had many abilities and techniques, and he had even used the 7 slaughtering halberd of chaotic heavens to smash the myriad poison ancestor's body to pieces, it was still because his cultivation was insufficient. He was unable to destroy the myriad poison ancestor's true spirit, which also made him face the threat of death. Yi Xian had a feeling that if he could reach the 3rd watershed of the grand immortal realm, even without the assistance of the heaven-destroying halberd, he would be able to truly go against quasi-saints with a heaven-defying technique like the Tribulation Transcender transformation. He would be invincible. Perhaps he would even be able to kill quasi-saints when he used the heaven-destroying halberd. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's feeling. Whether it was as he imagined or not would depend on what kind of improvement he would receive when he reached the 3rd watershed of the grand immortal realm. Chapter 585. 300 years was just a blink of an eye for immortals, but for the Empyrean fairy, it was a long process. She was full of curiosity about the celestial court. After Yi Xian went into seclusion in the bullfighting palace, the Empyrean fairy entered the Jade Lake. After 300 years, Yi Xian would come out of seclusion and they would hold their wedding. She would also become the Empress of the Three Realms. This made the Empyrean fairy very much look forward to it. Every time she thought about marrying Yi Xian, even the Empyrean fairy felt her heart was pounding and she felt shy. In the 100th year, the Empyrean fairy had a general understanding of the celestial court after being introduced by Venus Taibai. She was accompanied by female immortals every day, and the immortals of the celestial court addressed her as the Empress of the Empress. The Empyrean fairy had a noble status. Not only was she a disciple of a sage, but she was also born with the essence of heaven and earth. She was like a goddess of the three realms. However, the Empyrean fairy had always been cultivating in the Nuwa palace. Although she had a noble status, she had never been so popular before. In the entire 33 celestial court, wherever the Empyrean fairy went, there would be immortal officials greeting her. Many immortals also came to the Jade Lake to give her some precious gifts and address her as the Empress of the Empress. The Empyrean fairy liked the feeling of being the head of the female immortals of the three realms. It was something she had never felt in the Nuwa palace. After 200 years, the Empyrean fairy had gotten used to her identity as the Empress of the Empress. She also became familiar with the immortals of the 33 celestial court. Goddess of Golden Bell, Goddess of Stone, Emperor Ziwei, Shengongbao, and many other powerful immortals were acquainted with her. Yi Xian's past experiences were constantly told to the Empyrean fairy by these immortals. Yi Xian's story was like a legend that the Empyrean fairy knew bit by bit. From Yi Xian's first entry into the celestial court to becoming the demon slayer, to becoming the Emperor of the East, and finally returning to the celestial court to kill the Jade Emperor and Queen to become the celestial emperor. Of the time, the Empyrean fairy, all. In 10,000 years, Yi Xian had advanced from the primordial unity Xian immortal to the fourth heaven of Daluo. This cultivation speed was simply unheard of, and it shocked the Empyrean fairy even more. Yi Xian's story was constantly told to the Empyrean fairy, but there was one thing that the immortals did not dare to tell her, and it was the entanglement between Yi Xian and the goddess of Moon Palace. Anyone who had followed Yi Xian for a long time knew that the relationship between the goddess of Moon Palace and Yi Xian was not ordinary. In the battle of the celestial court, the goddess of Moon Palace was taken away by Quafu, which cut off the entanglement between the two. Of course, the immortals would not tell the Empyrean fairy about this. If the Empyrean fairy knew what had happened between Yi Xian and the goddess of Moon Palace, there would be more trouble out of nowhere. After all, everyone knew that Yi Xian had once said that the goddess of Moon Palace was his woman. If the Empyrean fairy heard this, wouldn't the immortals be extremely stupid? Of course, there was no wall in the world that did not have a crack, and paper could not wrap fire. What was more, the 33rd celestial court was extremely vast. Even though the immortals of the celestial court kept their mouths shut, there would always be some celestial soldiers, celestial generals, and celestial officials who would occasionally gossip about this matter. The Jade Pool of the Celestial Court. Thousands of auspicious chi and celestial clouds were swirling in the clear blue pool. Several koi fish were chasing and playing in the pool, and several fairies were scattering fish food around the pool, laughing and chatting. I thought the goddess of Moon Palace would be the Queen Mother. Who would have thought that the celestial emperor would marry the Empyrean fairy? A fairy was feeding the koi fish in the lake and giggling to her sisters beside her. Shoo, keep your voice down. A fairy in purple changed her pretty face and hurried to look around. Then she let out a sigh of relief and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Don't mention this again. If the Queen Mother hears this, won't you be punished?" "Oh, sister, what are you talking about? The Empyrean fairy and the celestial emperor are not married yet. She is not the Queen Mother yet. Besides, everyone knows about the relationship between Yi Tiandi and the goddess of Moon Palace. I'm afraid the Empyrean Fairy will know the truth sooner or later. If the Empyrean Fairy knows about the relationship between Yi Tiandi and the goddess of Moon Palace, will she leave the celestial court in a fit of anger? Another fairy laughed and said, "You little girls are just gossiping. Let's not talk too much about the celestial emperor's family matters." An older fairy laughed and scolded, but there was a hint of ridicule in her tone. Clearly, these fairies were either taking care of the Jade Lake or gossiping about the secrets of the celestial court. Naturally, they were very interested in the relationship between Yi Xian, the goddess of Moon Palace, and the Empyrean Fairy. But to be honest, when the Jade Emperor and Fairy Guanhan were about to get married, Celestial Emperor Yi stepped into the sky and fought with the Jade Emperor. Thinking about that scene, I still remember it vividly. One of the fairies said longingly, her eyes full of adoration. Buzz. Suddenly, as soon as the fairy finished speaking, the entire Jade Lake suddenly became cold, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Even the lake water in the Jade Lake quickly froze. Tell me, what is the relationship between the goddess of Moon Palace and Yi Xian? A cold and lonely figure walked in from outside the Jade Lake. When the Empyrean Fairy's face entered the eyes of these fairies, all of their faces turned pale. They knelt down on the ground, their delicate bodies trembling slightly. "Queen Mother, please forgive us. We were just talking nonsense." Looking at their frightened faces, the Empyrean Fairy smiled. However, her smile was extremely cold. Her fists were clenched tightly, proving just how unsettled she was. "As long as you tell me the truth, I will not blame you." After all, the Empyrean Fairy was a terrifying existence at the seventh heaven of Daluo. When she revealed a bit of her power, the fairies who were kneeling on the ground trembled. How would they dare to hide anything? They told her everything about the past between Yi Xian and the goddess of Moon Palace. Half a day passed, and the entire Jade Lake turned even colder. It was as if the entire world had been frozen. However, the Empyrean Fairy did not make things difficult for these fairies. She even allowed them to leave the Jade Lake. Within the Jade Lake, the Empyrean Fairy's face was cold. Her Daluo immortal aura was extremely chaotic. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She had never thought that she would be kept in the dark like a fool. So, everyone knows about the relationship between Yi Xian and the goddess of Moon Palace. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything. The Empyrean Fairy said coldly. A bitter feeling was growing in her heart. Yi Xian, you bastard. Since you already have the goddess of Moon Palace, why do you still want to marry me? The Empyrean Fairy bit down on her lips. Her voice was filled with indignation and anger. The Empyrean Fairy was jealous. She was so jealous that she had knocked over the jar of vinegar. An extremely uneasy feeling was growing in her heart. The master of the Moon Palace, the goddess of Moon Palace. How could the Empyrean Fairy not know? Chapter 586. The goddess of the three realms, the saintess of the sorcerer tribe, and the number one fairy of the three realms. These were the titles of the fairy of Guanhan. She was also known as the most beautiful woman in the three realms. Although the Empyrean Fairy was known to be on par with the fairy of Guanhan, she was only on par with her. She was still below the fairy of Guanhan. In the past, the Empyrean Fairy did not care about these things because she always thought that the fairy of Guanhan could not be compared to her. She was superior to the fairy of Guanhan in terms of cultivation and foundation. As for the fairy of Guanhan's so-called appearance, she had never seen it. However, in the Empyrean Fairy's heart, she always thought that she was superior to the fairy of Guanhan. However, today, she learned about the scandal between Yi Xian and the fairy of Guanhan. This made her feel a sense of crisis. It was as if a voice in the unseen world was telling her that the fairy of Guanghan would be the biggest obstacle between her and Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you bastard. Let's see how you explain this to me. The Empyrean fairy stomped her foot and was about to go to the bullfighting palace to question Yi Xian. However, she stopped in her tracks after taking a few steps. No, I can't go to him. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens lightly clenched her teeth as a trace of sorrow appeared in her star-like eyes. She knew that if she were to question Yi Xian, this wedding would probably end as well. The Empyrean fairy did not want to lose Yi Xian. She also did not want the fairy of Guanghan to cause a rift in their relationship. She also did not want Yi Xian to think that she was an unruly person. Therefore, she had to endure. She could not let the fairy of Guanghan ruin her relationship with Yi Xian. The Empyrean fairy exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A confident smile appeared on her face. Yi Xian, you are my man. No matter what relationship you had with that vixen in the past, I will not allow her to pester you, the Empyrean fairy said coldly. Her starry eyes were filled with determination. The 3 realms were in a heated discussion. The Celestial Emperor's wedding had attracted the attention of the entire world. Over the past 300 years, the Celestial Court had sent out invitations to various orthodoxies to the Celestial Court. This was also the topic of discussion in the 3 realms. After all, Yi Xian marrying the Empyrean fairy was a major event in the 3 realms. Everyone knew that the Empyrean fairy was Niua's disciple. After marrying Yi Xian, she would become the queen mother of the Celestial Court. This would further tie the Niua Palace and Yi Xian together. This would also indirectly increase Yi Xian's power. The fact that the disciple of a sage was marrying into the Celestial Court also showed that Niua had high hopes for Yi Xian. Furthermore, Yi Xian had the support of the Jia order. The Tong Tian was also standing behind Yi Xian. With the 2 sages backing them, the Celestial Court's reputation soared and suppressed the various orthodoxies to the point of suffocation. The Western Spirit Mountain, the Chan sect, the Underworld, the 4 prefectures and 4 seas, the Celestial Court's invitation had also caused the various orthodoxies to take action. They would all head to the Celestial Court 300 years later to attend the wedding of Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy. No matter how hostile the various orthodoxies were to Yi Xian, the ruler of the 3 realms, Yi Xian was nominally in charge of the 3 realms. Therefore, they had to give the Celestial Court face. The land of the sorcerer tribe was vast and boundless. Numerous towering mountains rose from the ground. The towering mountains were majestic and imposing. Countless shamans were running about in the vast land. The terrifying bloodline aura surged in all directions, and from time to time, angry roars could be heard. The ancient sorcerer tribe used to be the 2 main characters of the world. They were also known as the descendants of Pangu. Their physical bodies and bloodline were extremely terrifying. They were an extremely terrifying race. The 12 ancient sorcerers were the strongest in the sorcerer tribe. If the 12 ancient sorcerers used the 12 heavenly fiends formation, they would be able to condense the real body of Pangu. Even a sage would not be able to do anything to them. From this, one could see how terrifying the sorcerer tribe was. The vast land was as vast as the sky. On top of a giant peak that pierced the sky, a woman in white stood quietly. Her appearance could not be described with words, but no matter who looked at her, it was as if they had seen the most beautiful thing in the world. Xiao Yi, forget him. A deep voice came from the peak of the mountain. 2 figures quietly appeared behind the fairy of the Moon Palace. The one who spoke was the ancient sorcerer, Quafu. Why should I forget? The fairy of the Moon Palace smiled sadly and slowly turned to look at Quafu. Little brother, you tell me. Looking at the fairy of the Moon Palace's sad face, Quafu sighed helplessly and then looked at the person beside him. The sword demon was dressed in black. A touch of helplessness flashed through his eyes. He said, Yi Xian saved my life in the Niuwa Palace. I will remember this kindness. However, he is about to marry the Empyrean fairy. You'd better forget him. The sword demon's cultivation was only average among the ancient sorcerers. However, he had been on good terms with Quafu and naturally knew about the relationship between the fairy of the Moon Palace and Yi Xian. When he returned to the Wu tribe, he told Quafu that Yi Xian was about to get married. That was why the scene in front of them was happening. In fact, the sword demon did not have to say this. However, Yi Xian had saved his life. As a member of the Wu tribe, the sword demon knew the horror of Great Yi very well. If the fairy of the Moon Palace was still entangled with Yi Xian, Great Yi would definitely kill his way to the celestial court when he came out of seclusion. And Yi Xian would definitely suffer a great calamity. The ancient Grand Shaman, De Yi, was an extremely peak existence amongst the ancient Grand Shamans. In the distant primeval world, De Yi was already at the peak of the golden immortal realm, and he'd even annihilated 9 ancient sun crows with a single arrow. After endless time, when Great Yi came out of seclusion, his cultivation would definitely break through to the sage-to-be. How could Yi Xian bear it? This was also why the sword demon appeared here and told the fairy of the Moon Palace that Yi Xian was about to get married. He also wanted to repay Yi Xian for saving his life. He wanted the fairy of the Moon Palace to cut off contact with him completely. This could also prevent the battle between Great Yi and Yi Xian. This was because the sword demon knew how terrifying De Yi was. In De Yi's hands, even a quasi-sage wouldn't dare to take that bow and arrow head-on. This was because that was an arrow of destruction that could kill everything in the world. How could Yi Xian block it? Yi Xian's wedding? The fairy of the Moon Palace trembled and murmured. She was rooted to the ground. She was biting her cherry lips as if she had turned into a clay puppet and her soul had left her body. Little heir, I told you to cut off contact with him before. Now that he is going to marry the Empyrean fairy, you can give up, Quafu said sternly. Empyrean fairy? The fairy of the Moon Palace smiled sadly as if she did not hear Quafu's reprimand. She looked up to the sky as if she was looking at the 33rd celestial court through the world of the Wu tribe. Tears welled up in her eyes. She remained motionless, which made Quafu and the sword demon sigh helplessly. 7 days and 7 nights passed. The fairy of the Moon Palace was like an eternal fossil. When the sun rose on the 8th day, she finally turned around slowly and looked at Quafu. However, her beautiful face became haggard and sad. Chapter 587. Brother Quafu, I have a favor to ask. Fairy of the Moon Palace bowed to him. Her voice was so dry that there was no anger at all. Seeing his sister like this, Quafu clenched his fists, as if he knew what the fairy of Guanghan wanted to say. He turned around abruptly, his face flushing. Xiao Yi, you don't have to say anything. I won't take you to the heavenly court. Just give up. Quafu rejected her in a loud and clear voice. This was Quafu's attitude. Brother Quafu, if you don't take me to see him, I can only force you with my death. Suddenly, the fairy of the Moon Palace's aura surged. Her pale and haggard face flushed. She was going to kill herself here. Little sister, are you crazy? Quafu turned around abruptly. His eyes were as red as blood. He gritted his teeth and looked at the fairy of the Moon Palace with a complicated expression. Brother, I just want to see him for the last time. After this, I will never see him again. Please grant me my wish. The fairy of the Moon Palace knelt on the ground, tears flowing down her cheeks. Seeing the fairy of the Moon Palace being so humble to him, Quafu trembled both physically and mentally. His heart was in extreme pain. Sister, you knelt to me just to see him. Why did you become like this? Don't you know? I brought you back to the ancestors' land for your own good. If he comes out and sees you like this, he will not let Yi Xian go. Quafu growled. Brother, he is going to get married. I just want to see him for the last time. From now on, I will cultivate in peace and have nothing to do with him. Whoosh! Quafu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He slowly closed his eyes as if he was trying to calm his fluctuating mood. After a few minutes, he sighed. Okay, I will grant you your wish. But you have to remember that this is the last time you see him. From now on, you have nothing to do with him. If you have anything to do with him again, you know what will happen. I will pick you up in 3 days. After saying this, Quafu turned around and walked down the mountain. Xiao Yi, you're on your own now. The sword demon sighed helplessly, turned into a sword light and disappeared. He'd already said what he needed to say. He also hoped that the moon fairy would be able to sever her relationship with Yi Xian. This would also allow Yi Xian to avoid conflict with De Yi. On the Tongtian peak, the wind howled. The moon fairy sat there hugging her knees. She was silent in the wild wind. She looked up at the sky, thinking about something. Yi Xian, are you really heartless towards me? Amidst the wild wind, the goddess of Guanghan murmured mournfully in the wind. A hint of heartache grew in her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. However, a kind of sadness slowly bloomed around her. 3 days later. The door to the sorcerer world opened. 2 figures walked out of the sorcerer world and headed straight for the 33rd celestial court. At the same time, in the 3 realms, immortals illuminated the sky. All those who received a wedding invitation from the celestial court rushed to the 33rd celestial court. This was because Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy were getting married in the celestial court. This was a major event in the 3 realms, so they had to come. Time flew by like a shuttle. 300 years quickly passed. The 33rd celestial court was extremely festive. Immortals could be seen shuttling back and forth in the celestial court, accompanied by beautiful celestial music. Sweet dew fell from the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, fairies sang, cranes danced, and zither played in harmony. The rumbling of drums echoed in the celestial court, making the atmosphere of the celestial court extremely festive. In bullfighting palace, Yi Xian sat cross-legged. As he breathed in and out, streams of immortal light buzzed. His origin immortal body glowed with an extremely terrifying might that caused all of bullfighting palace to slightly distort. Immortal light gushed out, causing an explosion to sound out in the air. At this moment, Yi Xian also slowly opened his eyes. A trace of disappointment blossomed in his eyes. The recovery speed of the Daoyuo immortal body was extremely terrifying. In just a mere 100 years, Yi Xian had recovered to his peak. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately come out of seclusion. Instead, he continued to cultivate, hoping to increase his cultivation and reach large success in the Daoyuo immortal body. With the help of the Peach of Immortality Golden Pill and the cultivation method of the Undying Immortal Scripture, Yi Xian was able to reach the 5th heaven of origin immortal realm in 300 years. However, he was unable to reach mastery of the origin immortal body, leaving Yi Xian extremely disappointed. But in these 300 years of seclusion, Yi Xian understood one thing. If he wanted to reach mastery of the origin immortal body, he would have to spend an endless amount of time cultivating. In order to allow the Zenith Heaven immortal body to reach the large success stage, it would require an enormous amount of luck. This was because in Yuwa's palace, Yi Xian had also borrowed the power of the Sun True Fire to improve the Zenith Heaven immortal body. Now, the origin immortal body was only one step away from mastery, but this step was extremely difficult. No matter how hard Yi Xian cultivated, he could not complete this last step. As for reaching the 5th heaven of origin immortal realm, this did not surprise Yi Xian at all. After all, with the Peach of Immortality Golden Pill and 300 years of bitter cultivation, if he still could not reach the 5th heaven of origin immortal realm, Yi Xian would feel that he was a joke. However, Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with this kind of cultivation speed. The so-called fifth stage of the Great Luo stage only increased his cultivation by a little. Only by breaking through to the third stage of the Great Luo stage would he be able to have a qualitative increase. Perhaps some people would ask, with the Calamity Immortal technique in hand, Yi Xian could completely devour other people's cultivation and quickly break through to his current realm. Why didn't he use the Calamity Immortal technique to devour other people's Dao fruits? In fact, the reason was very simple. Although the Tribulation Transcender art was heaven-defying and could devour the cultivation of others for one's own use, there was a limit. When Yi Xian was an all-heaven golden immortal, he naturally increased his cultivation by devouring Daluo Jingxian very quickly. But now, his cultivation was at the second heaven of origin immortal realm. Even if he devoured ordinary Daluo Jingxian, it would only be a drop in the bucket for his cultivation growth. If he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation and break into the third heaven of origin immortal realm, only the peak of the origin immortal realm could give him some help. But for Yi Xian's current cultivation, the improvement was not obvious. Yi Xian had always had an ambition. If he could devour the cultivation of a quasi-sage, he could immediately break into the third heaven of origin immortal realm and even reach the ninth heaven of origin immortal realm. If Yi Xian's cultivation could reach the peak of the origin immortal realm, he would have great confidence in fighting a quasi-sage after using a heaven-defying technique like the Tribulation Transcender transformation. Unfortunately, he was not the myriad poison ancestor's opponent in the battle against him in the Niwa Palace 300 years ago. If the mysterious figure had not appeared and killed the myriad poison ancestor, he definitely would have died, let alone devouring the myriad poison ancestor's cultivation of the myriad poison ancestor. As a result, Yi Xian was currently in an extremely awkward situation. If he devoured Daluo Jingxian, he would definitely attract the attention of the three realms. After all, every single Daluo Jingxian was not a pig or a dog that could be slaughtered as he wished. Moreover, even if Yi Xian devoured some Daluo Jingxian without any scruples, this kind of increase would not be of much help to his cultivation. Instead, it would lead to people discovering the secret of his Tribulation Transcender art. Yi Xian obviously would not do something like this that would only bring him harm. However, he was still unable to kill a quasi-sage right now, let alone use the Tribulation Transcender art to devour their cultivation of the Tribulation Transcender art. Right now, Yi Xian's only option was to reach the third watershed of the origin immortal realm as soon as possible. With the boost from the Tribulation Transcender transformation, he would be able to fight a quasi-sage, which would also allow him to enter a period of rapid growth. Outside the bullfighting palace, Venus Taibai bowed and asked Yi Xian when he would emerge from seclusion. Celestial Emperor, various orthodoxies have gathered in the celestial court to witness your wedding with the Queen Mother in 10 days. May I ask when you will emerge from seclusion, Celestial Emperor? Rumble. The gates of the bullfighting palace opened with a rumble, and Yi Xian strolled out of the palace. This also made Venus Taibai hurriedly kneel down and call out the Celestial Emperor's name. 10 days later, this Celestial Emperor and mysterious fairy's wedding will be held at the Jade Lake. Everything will be simple. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared. This also made Venus Taibai bow and accept the order. She did not dare to ask where Yi Xian went. Chapter 588. The Lunar Star. The moonlight was hazy and as clear as water. The Tongtian osmanthus tree swayed in the breeze, rustling from time to time. A figure stood under the osmanthus tree. His aura was obscure. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back. His black hair fell behind his head. A gust of wind caused his hair to flutter. No one knew what he was thinking. The lunar star, the osmanthus tree, the moon palace. When these three names were connected, a person's face appeared in Yi Xian's mind. His eyes became slightly dazed. The figure in the depths of his mind became more and more real. I'm thinking about her. Yi Xian murmured to himself as he looked up at the starry sky. A sliver of confusion appeared in his eyes. This made him sink into deep thought. After leaving Bullfighting Palace, Yi Xian did not go anywhere else. Instead, he came to the lunar star because he was going to get married in 10 days. His wife was the Empyrean Fairy. The Empyrean Fairy was indeed very beautiful. She was also a disciple of the Nuwa. Whether it was her cultivation, appearance, or background, she was completely worthy of Yi Xian. If anyone else could marry the Empyrean Fairy, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had never liked the Empyrean Fairy, let alone love. He only married the Empyrean Fairy for the sake of his future. Marriage. It was a simple word, but it was an extremely unfamiliar word to Yi Xian. In Yi Xian's life, he had never thought that he would get married one day. Ever since he was young, Yi Xian had grown up in adversity. His path had been filled with bloodshed. So-called love was just a joke in his eyes. Back in the human world, he had personally killed his childhood sweetheart, Xia Qingzhu. This also meant that he had personally cut off his so-called love. Yi Xian also believed that he would never fall in love with a woman in this life. However, when he was about to get married, a feeling called loneliness grew in his heart. This feeling was difficult for Yi Xian to bear. He also felt an emotion called exhaustion. He came to the lunar star. He stood under the osmanthus tree. The moon fairy's voice and face constantly appeared in his mind. Yi Xian did not know what was wrong with him. He did not know why he thought of this woman. He was asking himself to find an answer. Yi Xian clearly remembered that when he first saw the moon fairy, he told himself that he had to get this woman. Because the moon fairy was the most beautiful thing. Was to get Yi Xian to get her. Because she was to Yi to death to time. Because she was the moon fairy. Yi Xian had always thought that he only liked the moon fairy's body. He also had a desire to conquer this woman. Except for these two emotions, he had never really loved this woman. However, when he was about to get married, he found that he was thinking of her. He even came to the lunar star unconsciously. This was an extremely incredible thing for Yi Xian. When Kwa Fu took the moon fairy away, Yi Xian told himself that when he became a sage-to-be, he would definitely lead the Wu tribe to take the moon fairy back. Love tribulation. Yi Xian kept asking himself. An answer that he could think of was on the verge of coming out. This made him sigh slightly. The confusion in his eyes cleared up again. The so-called love tribulation was the most difficult to pass. Everyone would meet one person in their life, and this person was also the person they loved the most. They would forget to eat and sleep, and their love would linger. No matter where they were, their minds would always have the other person's existence. Someone once said that if love could be explained, then there would not be so many people in pain. Love. It was inexplicable. It was as if it was destined. Everyone would meet an unforgettable person in their life. There had never been any exceptions. When Yi Xian discovered the appearance and voice of the fairy Guang Han in his mind, he already understood that the fairy Guang Han was someone he would never forget for the rest of his life. The so-called love tribulation he was going to undergo was also the fairy Guang Han. However, Yi Xian was very confused. He had never loved the moon fairy. All he had was a domineering possessiveness. He would never fall in love with this woman. This love tribulation should be useless to him. However, there seemed to be a voice in the dark telling Yi Xian that one day in the future, he and the moon fairy would have an unimaginable entanglement. The so-called love tribulation would definitely break out. It was not as simple as he thought. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, his fists were slightly clenched. Because he thought of a person that he had never understood. That mysterious shadow, the mysterious shadow that reversed the river of time. Loneliness, vicissitudes of life, sadness, and an indescribable sadness. When all these qualities appeared on this person, Yi Xian's heart trembled to the extreme. If he is my future, then why did I become like that? Yi Xian trembled as he muttered, his entire body frozen on the spot. If there was anyone in the world who understood Yi Xian the most, it was none other than himself. Yi Xian believed that he was cold and ruthless. He was ruthless and would do anything to achieve his goals. However, he had never felt lonely and sad. If he is me, what did I experience in the future? Why did I become like this? Or is this mysterious shadow not me? Yi Xian murmured to himself. He was searching for a shocking truth. However, no matter how he guessed, he could not get the answer he wanted. Could it be because of her? Yi Xian's whole body trembled. His eyes suddenly became gloomy, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian had never forgotten what the mysterious shadow in Yuhua Palace had told him before she saved his life and was about to leave. Reversing the river of time, breaking the ancient and modern world, I will suffer a great calamity in the future. Can you change the future in this life? What kind of future do I have to change? If he is really my future, and I am already so strong in the future, what kind of calamity would make him so sad? Yi Xian murmured to himself. Cold sweat kept rolling down his forehead. He seemed to have caught a clue, but he could not find the answer no matter how hard he searched. Love calamity? Is it her? Suddenly, Yi Xian's spiritual light flashed, and the appearance of the moon fairy appeared once more. However, this time, the killing intent around Yi Xian's body appeared, and it only calmed down after a dozen breaths of time. If the calamity I will suffer in the future is caused by her, can I change the future by killing her? Yi Xian murmured gloomily. He did not know if his guess was right. The breeze was gentle, and the moonlight was like water. The Tongtian osmanthus tree swayed slightly in the wind. The moonlight that passed through the osmanthus tree illuminated Yi Xian. He stood under the osmanthus tree and sank into deep thought. Chapter 589. Dong! 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 81 bells rang throughout the 33rd celestial court. Resplendent immortal light streaked across the sky as tens of thousands of immortals gathered for the occasion. Immortals, demons, and devils, representatives of various orthodoxies, as well as the chariots of many great masters, flew across the sky. The 33rd celestial court was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy's wedding. This also meant that the new Queen Mother was about to ascend to the throne. This was a grand occasion in the three realms, so it was naturally extremely grand. The Jade Pool. Immortal clouds and auspicious vapors filled the air. Thousands of white jade tables were arranged in the center of the Jade Pool. Each table was filled with fine nectar and many spirit herbs for the immortals to consume. At the center of the Jade Pool, the Empyrean fairy wore a phoenix coronet and a red dress. Paired with her noble and holy face, the Empyrean fairy was the most beautiful sight in the Jade Pool. The Empyrean fairy was smiling. No matter which immortal greeted her, she would respond with a smile. However, if one were to pay close attention, they would notice that the Empyrean fairy would occasionally glance in the direction of the bullfighting palace with a complicated look in her eyes. Your Highness, today is the day of your wedding with the Celestial Emperor. He must be on his way to the Jade Pool right now. Venus Tai Bai was the best at reading people's expressions. Although the Empyrean fairy hid it well, he could still tell what was on her mind. This allowed him to console the Empyrean fairy. Didn't Yi Xian come out of seclusion 10 days ago? Don't you know where he went? The Empyrean fairy frowned. Seeing the Empyrean fairy frown, Venus Tai Bai bowed. Although a heavenly general had reported to him that Yi Xian had gone to the lunar star, how could he dare to tell the Empyrean fairy such a thing? The heavenly emperor has never informed us of his actions. The old minister really doesn't know where the heavenly emperor has gone. Venus Tai Bai pretended to be ashamed. Reporting to the empress, all the guests have arrived. In half an incense stick's worth of time, the ceremony will begin. Immortal Judge Sky quickly walked over and bowed to the Empyrean fairy. The so-called heaven worship ceremony was the process of Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy becoming husband and wife. The two of them first had to worship the heavens, then they would bow to each other and drink the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Brew. This also represented the two of them becoming husband and wife. However, all the guests had arrived, but Yi Xian still hadn't appeared. The heaven worship ceremony couldn't begin at all. If the auspicious time was delayed, then it would really become a joke. At this time, the Empyrean fairy's expression was very ugly. She never would have thought that on the day of her wedding with Yi Xian would actually be late. Before the heaven worship ceremony begins, this immortal doesn't care what method you use. You must delay until the heavenly emperor arrives, Venus Tai Bai sternly said to Immortal Judge Sky. This Immortal Judge Sky was put in a difficult position when he heard Venus Tai Bai's words. At this time, all the guests had arrived and there was only half an incense stick's worth of time until the heaven worship ceremony began. How could a mere Immortal Judge Sky delay? Seeing Immortal Judge Sky's difficult expression, Venus Tai Bai's expression darkened. He scolded in a low voice, "No matter what method you use to delay, you must wait for the heavenly emperor to appear. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you'll have to make a trip to the immortal execution stage." Yes, this little immortal obeys. Immortal Judge Sky's face turned pale. How could he dare to say no? He hurriedly turned around and walked to the center of the jade pool. Clearly, he could only brace himself and face the guests. Don't be impatient, Immortal Judge Sky will definitely arrive in time. Venus Tai Bai smiled flatteringly. However, a hint of anxiety flashed across his eyes. Clearly, he wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface. Damn it! Empyrean fairy cursed to herself. She turned around and sat down on the phoenix chair. She could only wait for Yi Xian's arrival. At the same time, the jade pool gradually fell silent. All the guests' gazes were focused on Immortal Judge Sky. This was because Immortal Judge Sky was blabbering on and on about a bunch of useless nonsense. At first, the guests didn't pay too much attention to it. They just thought it was a simple process. However, as time passed, the guests suddenly realized something strange. First of all, they hadn't seen Yi Xian's figure since they entered the jade pool. Moreover, there was only 10 minutes left until the auspicious hour. Moreover, the Empyrean fairy's slightly embarrassed expression was noticed by the guests. If they still didn't realize that something was wrong, wouldn't it be a huge joke? What's going on? Why hasn't Yi Tiandi appeared yet? Heh, look at that Immortal Judge Sky's pale face. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen to this wedding. It can't be. Today is Yi Tiandi and the Empyrean fairy's wedding. This is a grand occasion in the three realms. How could something unexpected happen? Fellow Taoist, look carefully. Yi Tiandi still hasn't appeared. All sorts of discussions quietly sounded among the guests. Although their voices were very soft, they still reached the Empyrean fairy's ears. This caused her face to turn red and her delicate fists to slightly clench. Noisy. Suddenly, Emperor Ziwei berated coldly, instantly silencing the guests' discussions. Mahamayuri has arrived. Western Tathagata Buddha has arrived. Underworld's King Chujiang has arrived. Tai Jinren has arrived. The immortal light of the great all-embracing immortal filled the sky. As the people from various orthodoxies of the three realms entered the jade pool, it also slightly diverted the guests' attention. Haha. Kong Xian laughed out loud and quietly appeared in the jade pool. He said, "Today is Brother Ye's wedding day. I wonder if I'm late." "Greetings, Wisdom King." Kong Xian's arrival immediately caused the guests to greet him one by one. However, Kong Xian looked everywhere for Yi Xian's traces, but he didn't see any trace of Yi Xian. Moreover, the atmosphere in the jade pool was so strange. How could Kong Xian not feel it? Amitabha. Duobao Rulai chanted the name of Buddha and said in a calm voice, "Today is Yi Tiandi's wedding day. My western mystical mountain is presenting a Bodhi demon subduing pearl. I hope Yi Tiandi will kindly accept it." As Duobao Rulai spoke, a golden Buddhist bead appeared in his palm. However, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Clearly, he was going to personally hand it over to Yi Xian. Since Kong Xian could see that the atmosphere in the jade pool was strange, Duobao Rulai could naturally see it too. He naturally had to get involved in this muddy water. Such a scene made Venus Taibai's face turn gloomy. Shen Gongbao and the others had already noticed that something was wrong. Empyrean Fairy even clenched her fists. Clearly, she could see that Duobao Rulai was adding fuel to the fire. It's just a Bodhi demon subduing pearl. I'll accept it on behalf of Yi Tiandi. Suddenly, Rock Demon walked out quietly. His 9th heavenly layer cultivation base was unleashed. This also made Duobao Rulai's expression change slightly. He never expected Rock Demon to appear in the celestial court. "You're a guest from afar. I'll accept your gift, Taoist Duobao." Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared in front of Duobao Rulai. When he waved his hand, the Buddhist bead in Duobao Rulai's hand disappeared. This also made Duobao Rulai's expression change greatly. He took 3 steps back. When he saw the person clearly, an extremely solemn look flashed in his eyes. "It's been many years since we last met. Yi Tiandi's cultivation base has become more and more unpredictable. I'm impressed." Duobao Rulai put his palms together and squinted his eyes slightly. His entire person became silent. Chapter 590. Although Duobao Rulai held great enmity towards Yi Xian and wished for nothing more than Yi Xian's death, he still praised Yi Xian from the bottom of his heart after witnessing the growth of Yi Xian's cultivation base. Duobao Rulai was a peak existence at the 9th heavenly layer of grand heavenly level and was even more powerful than Kong Xian. Naturally, he was also an expert in the 3 realms. Although he couldn't be compared to quasi-saints, he was still an extremely terrifying existence at the peak of grand heavenly level. Duobao Rulai could tell at a glance that Yi Xian was at the 5th heavenly layer of grand heavenly level, but Yi Xian's appearance gave him great pressure. This also meant that Yi Xian's combat strength was definitely not inferior to his. Yi Xian. The Empyrean Fairy quickly walked over with a hint of joy in her starry eyes. "Brother Yi. Big Brother Yi." Kong Xian laughed out loud. Rock Devil cupped his hands and bowed. The 2 of them stood on either side of Yi Xian. When this scene appeared in front of the guests, the entire Jade Lake instantly quieted down. Duobao Rulai smiled flatteringly and nodded at Yi Xian in an extremely friendly manner. Then, he entered the Jade Lake's venue without saying anything. However, an extremely solemn look flashed across his eyes. Obviously, these 2 figures at the peak of the golden immortal realm were both Yi Xian's people. Moreover, Yi Xian's own combat strength was comparable to a peak golden immortal realm expert. When these 3 people stood together, it gave the representatives of the various orthodoxies an extremely heavy pressure. Without a quasi-saint and a grand heavenly level, the strength that Yi Xian displayed naturally made the various orthodoxies extremely fearful. Tai Zhenren's face was filled with bitterness because he knew very well that the immortal hermit of the South Pole had failed to kill Yi Xian. This was a debt that Yi Xian would settle with the Chan sect sooner or later. Celestial Emperor, the auspicious hour has arrived. May Celestial Emperor and Her Majesty please begin the sacrificial ceremony. Yi Xian's appearance made Immortal official Gentian heave a sigh of relief. He hurriedly bowed to Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy. Yi Xian was dressed in black. This was his usual attire. Even though today was his wedding day, he didn't wear the celestial emperor's yellow robe. "Mystic maiden, come with me." Yi Xian smiled at the Empyrean fairy and held her hand. This made the Empyrean fairy a little shy, but she still allowed Yi Xian to pull her to the center of the Jade Lake. Under the gazes of all the guests, Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy began the sacrificial ceremony. The entire process was solemn and solemn. All the guests were silent. After going through all the tedious formalities, the ceremony was finally complete. Husband and wife, bow to each other. Venus Taibai's face was flushed red. Her voice echoed in the Jade Lake. Yi Xian looked calmly at the Empyrean fairy and said in a gentle voice, "After today, you will be the leader of the female immortals of the three realms. You and I are of one heart and one mind. We are officially husband and wife. Yi Xian, do you love me?" The Empyrean fairy bit her lip and looked resolutely at Yi Xian. She also asked the question she wanted to know the most. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw the Empyrean fairy's solemn expression. He fell silent because he really didn't know how to answer this question. Yi Xian could have lied, but he didn't want to. He could only remain silent. Although the conversation between the two of them was light, all of the guests present had extraordinary cultivations, so they naturally heard everything. When they saw Yi Xian remain silent, everyone's eyes revealed astonishment. "It's okay. I will make you fall in love with me." Suddenly, the Empyrean fairy smiled. Her smile was very bright and had a kind of holy radiance. However, a trace of sadness quietly appeared in her eyes, but she hid it very well. Yi Xian sighed inwardly when he saw the Empyrean fairy's smile. He could feel that the Empyrean fairy had already fallen in love with him. He was afraid that in the future, she would be a silent tie to him. "Empyrean fairy greets my husband." Under the gazes of all the guests, the Empyrean fairy bowed. "Greetings, my wife." Yi Xian bowed. The two of them also completed the ceremony of husband and wife. "A worthy younger brother, drink the wine and you two are officially husband and wife." Kong Xian strode over with 2 cups of dragon and phoenix fairy brew in his hands. He smiled and handed them to Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy. At the same time, congratulations from all the guests were heard. Yi Xian and the Empyrean fairy's arms crossed. The next moment, they were about to drink the wine in their cups. What an affectionate couple. Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice sounded. Heaven and earth rumbled in all directions. The clouds within 1,000,000 miles suddenly darkened. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down on the fairy pool. "How dare you? Who dares to disturb the celestial emperor's wedding?" Venus Taibai roared. Shen Gongbao and the others looked at the distant sky with cold expressions. Rumble. Majestic Magus light pierced through the heavens. That beam of light from the Tongtian had crossed millions of miles and appeared above the fairy pool in the blink of an eye. A member of the shaman race? Kong Xian's face chilled, the origin immortal light seething from his body. A savage killing intent flashed through his eyes as if he would attack this newcomer at any moment. One could not blame Kong Xian for his attitude. After all, today was Yi Xian's wedding, and as Yi Xian's big brother, Kong Xian had personally come to congratulate him. But some ignorant person had come to cause trouble. This person was completely disregarding Kong Xian. Others might be afraid of you, Kong Xian, but in this shaman's eyes, you're nothing. His voice was as tyrannical as the heavens. Magus light roiled in the sky, and when the terrifying light dissipated, a person was revealed. Quafu. Upon seeing this person, Kong Xian grimaced. But before Kong Xian could come back to his senses, many cries of surprise resounded through the fairy pool. The fairy of Guanghan. Venus Taibai cried out in shock. Not only Venus Taibai, but all the guests present were in an uproar. Who else could the woman beside Kuafu be but the fairy of Guanghan? After the uproar, there was an extreme silence. An extremely strange atmosphere grew in the fairy pool, because everyone was looking at Yi Xian. There was even a hint of mockery in the eyes of some guests. At this moment, Yi Xian's arms were entwined with the Empyrean fairies, and the wine cup in his hand was already touching his lips. But when he saw the fairy of Guanghan high in the sky, he froze on the spot, and the wine in his cup spilled to the ground. Clang! The wine cup fell to the ground, but it was not Yi Xian's cup, but the Empyrean fairies. This caused Yi Xian to instantly come back to his senses. The fairy of Guanghan. The Empyrean fairy bit her lips and looked up to the sky. She saw a woman in snow-white clothes quietly looking at her and Yi Xian. But when the Empyrean fairy saw the woman's face, her starry eyes went into a trance. Beautiful. Very beautiful, very beautiful. Why is there such a beautiful woman in the three realms? The Empyrean fairy asked herself bitterly. When she saw the fairy of Guanghan's face, her so-called pride disappeared. She finally understood why Yi Xian had so many stories with this woman. Chapter 591. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly inhaled and exhaled. Although he seemed calm, his heart had already been stirred up by stormy waves. He never thought that the goddess of Guanghan would show up on his wedding day. Yi Xian didn't know how to face her. But Yi Xian wasn't a person who liked to run away. Since the goddess of Guanghan showed up in the celestial court, he had to face her. Running away wasn't his choice. 10,000 years in a glance, an empty dream. When Yi Xian looked at the goddess of Guanghan, their eyes met in the void. The world became silent, as if they were the only two people in the world. You're here. Yi Xian whispered. Yes, I'm here. The goddess of Guanghan smiled, but her smile was a bit bitter. After a short conversation, there was silence. Yi Xian didn't know what to say, and the goddess of Guanghan wouldn't question Yi Xian. Nothing needed to be said. Yi Xian, I'm here to attend your wedding today. Do you welcome me? Suddenly, Kua Fu coldly spoke. He brought the fairy of the Moon Palace and slowly walked towards the Jade Lake. When the two of them stood in the middle of the Jade Lake, Yi Xian and the fairy of the Moon Palace finally separated their gazes. Friends from afar, of course I welcome you, Yi Xian said calmly. He didn't change his attitude because of Kua Fu's attitude. Are you the goddess of Guanghan? The Empyrean fairy smiled and walked to the side of the goddess of Guanghan. She didn't seem to be hostile to the goddess of Guanghan at all. It's Yi Xian's blessing to marry you, the goddess of Guanghan said with a sigh. I've long heard that Big Sister is the #1 fairy in the three realms. Now that I've seen you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Since Big Sister has come to attend my wedding with Yi Xian, please stay in the celestial court for a few more days after the wedding banquet. The Empyrean fairy was still smiling, but her smile was very forced. She knew that the arrival of the Moon Fairy would cause problems. There's no need for a wedding banquet. Can I have a word with Yi Xian in private? However, if one listened carefully, they would discover that her voice was trembling slightly. Hearing the Moon Fairy's words, the Empyrean Fairy's expression changed slightly. She bit her lips and forced a smile. As long as you agree, I have no objections. Everything was quiet, and the world was silent. The conversation between the two women was like a smokeless war. All the guests watched with strange expressions. Kong Xian and the others sighed in their hearts. They knew that they could not interfere in this matter, so how could they help Yi Xian? Come with me. Suddenly, Yi Xian took a step forward. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Yi Xian took the Moon Fairy's hand and the two of them disappeared in the fairy pool. Such a scene made all the guests' expressions strange. The Empyrean fairy clenched her fists. Her chest rose and fell violently. An extremely sour feeling grew in her heart. Today is the day that the Celestial Emperor and I tie the knot. Everyone, please drink a few more cups. After 3 breaths, the Empyrean fairy smiled. She had the magnanimity of the Queen Mother of the Celestial Court. She even summoned fairies to pour wine for the guests, which slightly eased the depressing atmosphere in the fairy pool. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother Yi will definitely give you an explanation. Kong Xian secretly sent a message to the Empyrean fairy to comfort her. Hearing Kong Xian's words, the Empyrean fairy smiled sadly and did not say anything. She just looked in the direction that Yi Xian and the Moon Fairy had disappeared. The bitterness in her heart grew stronger. Lunar star, under the Tongtian osmanthus tree. The bright moonlight shone down, illuminating Yi Xian and the Moon Fairy. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. They did not know what to say. Do you hate me? Yi Xian finally broke the silence. No. The Moon Fairy lowered her eyes. Only the celestial light around her was rippling slightly. Actually, I shouldn't have come. It's just that today is your wedding day. I begged Brother Quafu to take me to see you for the last time. The Moon Fairy slowly raised her head. However, her eyes were blurred by tears. A line of clear tears streaked across the Moon Fairy's face. As the tear fell to the ground, it made an almost inaudible sound. This also made Yi Xian's heart tremble. He did not dare to look into the Moon Fairy's eyes. Chang-yi, you shouldn't cry for me. You should know that I walk the path of heartlessness. I will never fall in love with any woman in my life. Yi Xian slowly breathed in and then slowly exhaled. He raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from the corner of the Moon Fairy's eyes. Regardless of whether I am heartless or sentimental, I only know that the person I love is you. That has never changed, Fairy Guang Han murmured to herself. An indescribable smile appeared on her face. Hearing the Moon Fairy's words and seeing the smile on her face, Yi Xian's heart trembled more and more. A sour feeling grew in his heart. This also made him slowly turn around. He did not dare to look at the Moon Fairy's face. The Celestial Court has just been established. There are many things waiting to be done. When I become the Celestial Emperor, many orthodoxies are eyeing me covetously. Whether it's for my own cultivation or for the stability of the Celestial Court, only the Empyrean Fairy can be the Queen Mother, Yi Xian said softly. Yi Xian, you really don't need to explain to me. I know that you've never cared about love. I also believe that you will definitely become a saint in the future. I'm here today to see you for the last time, the Moon Fairy murmured. She stretched out her arms and slowly hugged Yi Xian. She gently leaned her head on Yi Xian's back, as if Yi Xian only belonged to her at this moment. There's no conflict between the 3 realms. There's no Tongtian path. Let me hold you for a while. At this moment, you only belong to me. The Moon Fairy's voice came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian could feel her soft body. Only a trace of wetness wet his back. The Moon Fairy's silent tears made Yi Xian clench his fists tightly. His heart trembled to the extreme. Xiao Yi, do you believe in the future? Yi Xian's trembling voice sounded. He slowly turned around while being surrounded by the Moon Fairy. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. No matter what the future holds, I just want to enjoy a moment of peace with you. The Moon Fairy caressed Yi Xian's chiseled face and gently leaned her head into his chest. If I want to kill you in the future, will you think that I'm inhumane? Yi Xian closed his eyes tightly. Even his voice was trembling. If I can die for you, I will do it willingly. Under the Tongtian osmanthus tree, the Moon Fairy smiled. She quietly leaned into Yi Xian's chest. Her voice was murmuring with certainty. It was like thunder from the 9th heaven. It was like the rolling waves of the vast ocean. Yi Xian's heart trembled to the extreme. His eyes froze. He fell into an indescribable state. Chapter 592. Why? Am I worth it for you? Yi Xian asked in a trembling voice after dozens of breaths had passed. If you love someone, you will be willing to give up everything for them. Because my heart is telling me that you are the only man I have ever loved, the goddess of Moon Palace murmured. Love? Yi Xian asked in a daze. His eyes became more and more confused, and he was in a dilemma. In Yi Xian's life creed, the so-called love was nothing more than a joke. He'd never believed in the so-called love, but at this moment, his faith was slightly shaken. It was all because he could feel the sincerity of the moon fairy towards him. Under the Tongtian osmanthus tree. Under the moonlight, the two stood in each other's arms. It was not until a day and a night had passed that the goddess of Moon Palace slowly pushed Yi Xian away. A bright smile appeared on her face. Time's up. I should go. Today, I can see you for the last time. I have no more regrets in my life. The goddess of Moon Palace was smiling. She slowly stepped back, deeply imprinting Yi Xian's face in her mind. Then, a divine cloud rose under her feet. She suddenly turned around and walked toward the fairy pool. Looking at the goddess of Moon Palace's beautiful figure, Yi Xian's eyes froze. A feeling called reluctance grew in his heart. After dozens of breaths, Yi Xian's divine light of the great all-embracing heaven burst out. When he took a step forward, he disappeared into the lunar star. In the fairy pool. All the guests were drinking and chatting happily. However, everyone was looking at the horizon from time to time. Because Yi Xian and the goddess of Moon Palace had disappeared for a day, no one knew when they would return. There was a sound in the air. The goddess of Moon Palace had returned and appeared directly beside Quafu. This also made all the guests suddenly quiet down. They all looked at the goddess of Moon Palace. Brother, let's go, the goddess of Moon Palace whispered. You've said what you need to say, haven't you? Quafu drank the wine in his cup and said in a deep voice. Yes. The goddess of Moon Palace nodded, but a touch of bitterness flashed in her eyes. Wine. Ripples spread out in the void. A speck of celestial light grew in the fairy pool. When the celestial light dissipated, Yi Xian quietly appeared on the celestial emperor's throne. He picked up the wine cup on the table and drank all the wine in it. Then he looked at the goddess of Moon Palace with a complicated expression. Pour the wine. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Venus Taibai's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly picked up the wine jug on the table and filled Yi Xian's cup again. Yi Xian finished the wine in his cup in one gulp and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. It was also at this moment that a resolute light flashed through his eyes. Let's go. In the center of the Jasper Lake, Quafu stood up slowly. The witch light around him was blooming. Apparently, he was about to leave the celestial court with the fairy of Guanghan. He didn't even bother to say goodbye to Yi Xian and the others. Unfortunately, before Quafu could leave, Yi Xian's voice echoed in the Jade Lake. You can leave, but she wants to stay. He suddenly turned around. Quafu's expression was extremely ugly. His whole body was blooming with terrifying witch light. He stared coldly at Yi Xian, and an overwhelming momentum suddenly erupted. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Do you dare to repeat it? Quafu said in a gloomy voice. He stared at Yi Xian, and a fierce killing intent spread out from his body. On the throne of the Celestial Emperor, Yi Xian finished the wine in his cup in one gulp and casually threw the cup on the table. He put his arms on the table and leaned forward slightly. He looked at Quafu with a gloomy expression. She wants to stay, so you can get out of here. This is the last time I'm telling you. Yi Xian, you're courting death. Rumble. The witch light soared into the sky. Kwafu's roar was so loud that it could shatter mountains and rivers. The terrifying witchlight twisted the surrounding space to the extreme. The terrifying power of the ancient great witches was undoubtedly displayed. Impudent! The rock devil roared. His origin immortal light erupted as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Kwafu. An immortal art condensed in his hand, and he seemed ready to fight Kwafu in the next moment. Such a scene caused the guests to go into an uproar. No one thought that Yi Xian would actually do such an inconceivable thing. Yi Xian, no. The moon fairy's face was miserable. She quickly stepped in front of Kwafu and looked at Yi Xian with a pleading gaze. Stand down. Yi Xian sternly said. This also made the rock devil retreat to his side. However, the origin immortal light around the rock devil was still seething. Clearly, as long as Yi Xian gave the order, he would definitely stop Kwafu and the moon fairy. Thump, thump, thump. Like the beating of a war drum or the attack of a vast sea of stars, Yi Xian stood up from the throne of the celestial emperor and was strolling toward Kwafu. A wisp of dark mist surrounded him, making him look extremely mysterious. Yi Xian, let me go. The moon fairy bit her lips, and her eyes were misty. You are my woman. Where do you think you are going? Yi Xian said in a low voice. When he arrived beside Fairy Guanghan, Yi Xian lightly stopped her shoulder under the bewildered gazes of the guests. Then, he looked at Rock Demon and said, protect her well. If anyone dares to plot against her, kill them without mercy. Yes, Celestial Emperor. The Rock Devil smiled eerily. He looked around at the guests and directly appeared beside the Moon Fairy. At the same time, Yi Xian bypassed the Moon Fairy and strolled to the front of Kwafu. He said in a low voice, since you brought her to the Celestial Court, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You can go now. Yi Xian, you are courting death. Kwafu was enraged to the extreme. Yi Xian, who he'd once treated as an ant, actually dared to speak to him in such a manner and even ordered him to do so in a condescending manner. How could Kwafu accept this? Get lost. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed across them. How dare you? Kwafu roared as a magical light that could shake the heavens and earth blossomed around his body. When he swung his fists, they were as heavy as 2 stars, bringing with them a terrifying might that could destroy mountains and rivers as they descended towards Yi Xian. Rumble. His fists were like stars, and his body could split the sky. As an ancient great sorcerer, Kwafu was absolutely a terrifying existence in terms of cultivation and body. Only those at the peak of the Zenith Heaven realm could fight against him. Bang! There was a sky-high explosion, and the jade pool shook. The Tongtian witchcraft light completely drowned the two of them, making it impossible for people to see what Kwafu's peerless attack had caused. Rumble. The jade pool kept shaking, and it gradually calmed down after dozens of breaths. The Tongtian witchcraft light that drowned Kwafu and Yi Xian also slowly dissipated at this moment. However, the scene that appeared in the eyes of all the guests immediately silenced the jade pool, accompanied by the sound of gasps from time to time. In the center of the jade pool, Kwafu's blood and qi were boiling. His terrifying body seemed to be made of vajra glass. Thick blue veins bulged on his body, making him look extremely terrifying at first glance. However, this was not the reason that frightened all the guests. What really shocked all the guests was that Yi Xian's palms were pressed against Kwafu's fists. His jade-like palms were shining, making Kwafu unable to move an inch. Crack! Ah! A miserable scream came from Kwafu's mouth, and the ear-piercing sound of bones breaking rang out. His fists were constantly deformed in Yi Xian's hands, and the pale bones of his hands were faintly discernible, accompanied by the extremely terrifying sound of bones breaking. Get lost! It was like the explosion of stars and thunder. When Yi Xian uttered the sound of thunder, his immortal body of the great all-embracing heaven was shining, and his jade-like palms were raised. When Yi Xian's palm fell on Quafu, the space and time in this area were distorted to the extreme. Bang! There was a sky-high explosion, and it also sounded like everything was collapsing. Quafu had no time to dodge, and Yi Xian's palm, which could shatter mountains and rivers, directly knocked him to the ground. The indestructible body of the ancient great magus cracked inch by inch, and a large amount of blood dyed Quafu's body red. Puff! A mouthful of ancient great magus blood spurted out of Quafu's mouth, and his mountain-like body smashed to the ground, causing the whole jade pool to tremble violently. The ancient great magus is just a so-so, Yi Xian whispered contemptuously. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.